If you want to jump on and contest it right now for it. Well, that's what I was trying to do. The cake now, stay on your stomach, close when you lay down. Leave it up that you can go any day now. I go back down, eat from cake now. Crossing my diamonds cause I got the cake now. You on your stomach, close better lay down. I'm so off, I can't turn it down. They counting me up. Sweet on my diamonds, you know I got rhythm. You know my boys coming, you know they need this. That is that, cause you waiting for already spending. When I'm on the beat, then you know I'm gonna get it. When we throw money in a spiral. Every single girl in my soul, yeah, turn right into my shaker. Do the eye roll, I'm a skinny thong with a tie roll. I've been blowing up to next spiral. 150 call me Cairo. Ice, got that nigga on my. I can't even see the face. I don't wanna see a face. I'ma go and get it nice. Drop the top for the day. I'ma make you lose your mind. Made a hurricane. I'm a quicker than a bird. I'm swinging from my head. Try to pull me down, but I climb. I'ma get it, get it.
Probably because it's
Fresh out the bed, ooh, count up the dead, ooh, dead, ooh, fresh out the bed, ooh, count up the dead, fresh out. Fresh out the bed, ooh, count up the dead.
Side you got, how do you guys want this guy set up? However you guys want to set up.
What?
He said, no, it doesn't matter.
Right here. Yeah.
Whatever makes you comfortable.
Actually, I don't have any ears, so throw it down the back. There's one cold mic.
You're gonna have to tell me when I can't turn it off.
Okay. You'll be fine.
Just tap. I know I can't stand it though when I don't know. Just know that shot.
Hola, mi amigos. Here with Bob Borichter's son.
This mic bag's the worst.
Teeny microphone. Top of everything else.
Can you hear them at all?
Nope.
They can't hear you at all.
Hello, hello.
I'm up. Is it on?
There. Helps with power.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We turned it on. That helps.
Boy, we seem to be having that problem a lot today.
Hi. You're low, but I can hear you. He does, but there's nothing for it to plug it into. And now I'm hearing.
Yeah. I can-
can put our jackets on the ground.
Yeah, you can throw those down. That's fine. I'm standing on a slant.
If you could like kneel and tilt that back so we could see it.
He's gonna hold it.
Oh, you're gonna hold it?
Yeah,
That's even better.
he's gonna. Yeah, you can pick it up when we get going. When we get going. I don't need you now.
Welcome to Lakeland Field at Dickerson Stadium for today's game between the University of Charleston Golden Eagles and your West Virginia State University Yellow Jackets. Today's game is the Mountain East Conference and Mountain East Conference and the NCAA postseason.
Rivalry game.
What?
There, I'm gonna go stop it.
Cooperation by supporters.
Just doing that because I have the
No, I know,
black
so-
undershirt.
Profanity, derogatory comments, and other intimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, and field team representatives are not tolerated under the grounds for the stadium. Also, consumption or possession of alcoholic beverages and or tobacco products is strictly prohibited.
Might watch so it doesn't ring or something while I'm on there.
If you're talking to me, I cannot hear you. I hear like interference or something.
On the home side of the building behind the bleachers.
I hear someone talking, but I can't really understand them.
At this time, West Virginia State University Athletics would like to thank their following corporate sponsors: COVID Insurance, Zeno's Pizza and Spaghetti House, Tudor's Biscuit World, Go Market, Billiard Lions, Mullen Plumbing, Heating and Cooling, Stuart Bell PLLC. Thank you so much for your sponsorship of Yellow Jacket Athletics.
I hear someone talking, but it's very distorted.
You have a box on you?
Yep. Same as before.
Can you guys go to bring or have 9 volts ready? I'm about to come down and get
Joe, get some 9 volts ready. 9 volts, please. Simple as the batteries. Getting cold?
No, I'm good.
Nebraska right there.
That's right. Never played with sleeves. Don't need them anyway. Game day.
Never played, can't have enough layers.
I played competitive paintball for a few years. There were several games that I showed up about sleeves.
All right, how about now?
All right. Hello, hello. Ooh, it's louder. Yeah, I got you. You're quiet, but I got you. Okay. Okay. Foosball.
Baba Boosh.
O'Shea wants to play the foosball. The NCAA Division II Showcase has made its way to the Mountain State today for a Mountain East Conference matchup between the Charleston Golden Eagles and the West Virginia State Yellow Jackets. A cool morning has given way to a beautiful sunny day as we get set for what is a very interesting rivalry ball game.
Well, it is a rivalry ball game. These schools are only separated by a couple of miles, but it's an important game for West Virginia State. They're number 5 right now in the Super Region rankings. They've got to get a win today to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Should have some fun today with these offenses. Both quarterbacks are really good.
Well, both quarterbacks are really good. They're both tops in the conference in terms of passing. Brant Grissel and Austin Hensley, also top 10 in the country. This is an air-it-out attack, Steven.
Yeah, and these guys can really throw it. They've got good receivers to throw it to, though. Let's start on the Charleston side. It may be as good a guy as there is in the country in Mike Strawn.
Well, Mike Strawn is about as good as there is in the country. He's number 2 in the nation in receiving yards right now. Over 1,100 yards, 15 touchdowns on the season. He's a big target at 6'5", 225 on the outside.
He's a track star as well. He can fly. Flip it over to West Virginia State. More of a receiver by committee approach, but the big play guy is Isaiah Scott.
Well, Isaiah Scott is their big play guy. They do spread the football around quite a bit, but he leads the team with 9 touchdown receptions on the year. He's a guy that got to get the ball to early and often today.
Separated by mere miles, the University of Charleston and West Virginia State squaring off on the gridiron today. And the NCAA Division II Showcase kickoff is next. I can't do any better. Interesting matchup today. Stephen Davis joined by former NFL wide receiver Mark Boerichter. This is an important ball game, but also a rivalry ball game.
Well, it is a rivalry ball game. These schools are only separated by a couple of miles, but it's an important game for West Virginia State. They're number 5 right now in the Super Region rankings. They've got to get a win today to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Upstairs.
All right. Dave, do you hear me down there? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. All right. I'll take the sticks and the in-ear upstairs.
Both Mike. What about Mike? You gotta bring him up. Bring him back down.
No, they'll be up in the. They'll still be upstairs. It'll be just like Claire on camera down here.
Okay. Good. One less thing we have to worry about.
Ooh, Nats. Whoa. That got louder. Talk back. Yeah, that sounds a lot different.
Talk back.
Yeah, sounds different than now.
Does it?
Talk without pushing the button, then push the button.
Talk back. Now I'm out.
Or just do like Merck last week. Yeah, yes. Oh.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, sure, no problem. Did I get to replay that?
minus 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 2 minutes. T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds.
The NCAA Division II Showcase has made its way to the Mountain State today for a Mountain East Conference matchup between the Charleston Golden Eagles and the West Virginia State Yellow Jackets. A cool morning has given way to a beautiful sunny day as we get set for what is a very interesting matchup today. Stephen Davis joined by former NFL wide receiver Mark Boerichter. This is an important ball game, but also a rivalry ball game.
Well, it is a rivalry ball game. These schools are only separated by a couple of miles, but it's an important game for West Virginia State. They're number 5 right now in the Super Region rankings. They've got to get a win today to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Should have some fun today with these offenses. Both quarterbacks are really good.
Well, both quarterbacks are really good. They're both tops in the conference in terms of passing. Brant Grissel and Austin Hensley, also top 10 in the country. This is an air-it-out attack, Steven.
Yeah, and these guys can really throw it. They've got good receivers to throw it to, though. Let's start on the Charleston side. It may be as good a guy as there is in the country in Mike Strawn.
Well, Mike Strawn is about as good as there is in the country. He's number 2 in the nation in receiving yards right now. Over 1,100 yards, 15 touchdowns on the season. He's a big target at 6'5", 225 on the outside.
He's a track star as well. He can fly. Flip it over to West Virginia State. More of a receiver by committee approach, but the big play guy is Isaiah Scott.
Well, Isaiah Scott is their big play guy. They do spread the football around quite a bit, but he leads the team with 9 touchdown receptions on the year. He's a guy they got to get the ball to early and often today.
Separated by mere miles, the University of Charleston and West Virginia State squaring off on the gridiron today. The NCAA Division II Showcase kickoff is next.
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like, I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student, and knowing that they'll be there and they're there to help you be successful has been extremely crucial. I think from a young age too, just seeing my parents be so generous with their time really made me want to give and be generous with my time as well. It's really important for me to give back, especially since when we play games, those are the individuals that are in the stands cheering for us, so I just like to give back the best way I can. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players, a lot of great athletes, a lot of great students, and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field. To be thrown into the starting role right away was something new to me, but it was exciting and it was a good challenge, and I was able to set that single season home run record and then the RBI record as well. Something about Minot State felt right to me, so the rest played out beautifully, I feel.
This telecast is presented by the NCAA Division II President's Council. Welcome to NCAA Division II, where the pursuit of excellence is yours to create. In Division II, student athletes excel academically, athletically, and in the community for life after graduation. The opportunities are endless. Make it yours. Pat Kirkland, head coach of the Charleston Golden Eagles, 9th season. Their squad comes in 5-3 on the year, 4-3 in Mountain East play. Short road trip for Coach Kirkland and his team this morning to take on West Virginia State, led by third-year head coach John Pennington, 18-12 with this program as the head man, a program that has not had much success historically, but he has them up and running 6-2 this year. If they win today, they'll have their most conference wins ever in program history. They're 6-1 in MEC action. It will be Charleston getting the football first today. Hope you enjoy this one. This should be fun. Stephen Davis, Mark Boerichter with you. Pre-game, both sides a little talkative, especially the West Virginia State guys. This ball game means something. Forget the records. We say that in every rivalry game, but this ball game has some personal meaning to these guys.
Well, it does. They're only separated by a few miles down the road from each other. A lot of these players know each other, the nearby communities.
And the West Virginia State kickoff from Martin Ahlstrom, taken near the goal line on the return for Charleston to the far side of the field, and down near the 20-yard line is Tremaine Ross. That's where the Golden Eagles and quarterback Brant Grissel will take over. Grissel, the leader in the league in passing, total offense. He's got an outside shot to set the league passing record this year. He can really wing it around.
Well, he can throw it all over the yard, and he's got 3 or 4 different wide receivers that he will spread the football around to today. This should be a shootout.
As mentioned at the top, Mike Strawn, the guy to keep an eye on, though, the 6'5 junior. He is isolated to the top of your screen, number 1 in the white jersey. The 6'5", 205-pound junior out of the Bahamas. On the ground, though, on first down. And the tailback for Charleston, picking up about 7 yards, Tyreek McAllister. It was interesting this week, Mark, as well as both these teams throw the football, both coaches made a point to say we need to run the football well to win this ball game.
Well, they certainly do. And anytime you got 2 of the top passing offenses in the country, you look at it and think it's going to be a complete game through the air, but on the ground is going to play an important part today.
Grissel, a southpaw, floating one over the middle, and it lands in between 2 Yellow Jacket defenders. Little miscommunication, perhaps, quarterback and wide receiver.
Well, Charleston trying to get the football down the field to Tyreek McAllister out of the backfield. You mentioned, Stephen, a little miscommunication as Grissel thought he was going to break a little bit more to the post, and he ran a seam route.
So 3rd and 3 coming up. Golden Eagles stay in formation, no huddle. The West Virginia State defense that has bent quite a bit this year, but has held strong enough for them to win games in the 4th quarter. On the ground, McAllister, no space on the left side, pushed back and pulled down. The man in the middle for West Virginia State, maybe as an important a defender as they have, Kendall Robinson, the junior nose tackle.
Nice play by Kendall Robinson, holding the point of attack from his nose tackle position, as you mentioned, Stephen. They've got some defensive player. Dustin Krauser, we're going to call a lot today, too, the Mike linebacker, number 2. Number 5 nationally in total tackles as well.
Charleston shifting in their punt formation. Oscar Gonzalez is the punter. A little bit of a high snap, but Gonzalez able to bring it down and get it out of there with the left foot. And that one will be down at the 44-yard line. That's where the West Virginia State Yellow Jackets will take over for their first possession of the day. And a tough offense to defend, very versatile. We talk about the pass game, but a lot of, you don't want to call them tricks in this day and age, but they will vary their looks and some run-pass options, and they've got a great guy at the controls in Austin Hensley, who is finally healthy this year and getting to play for a full season.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily describe this offense as an option offense, but it really is. A lot of RPOs, run-pass options, and Austin Hensley drives the bus for him.
Off the play fake, quick throw to the far side, complete along the hash mark, hooking up with Ty Light. There will be 4 wide receivers that will get a lot of action, presumably, for West Virginia State today, and they could be in any spot at any moment.
Well, they do a lot of different formation changes, too, on the outside with those wide receivers, Stephen. You saw right there off the bat with the RPO action to Ty Light.
Their head coach, John Pennington, is the offensive mastermind, and they're going to need an extra 5 yards here. A little movement on the right side of the line will make it 1st and 15.
Number 70, off. Remains first down.
That's one of two seniors on their offensive line. Chase Henderson, he's the right guard. The other senior's a 4-year starter, the left guard, Devin Bradshaw. Hensley, quick throw near side. Isaiah Scott, the big play guy with blockers in front, gets inside the 40 before being bumped out of bounds. Scott averages 18.5 yards per catch. You can get it to him that way, but he's a lot of times going down the field.
Well, mentioned this is an RPO option style of offense. These are just, they're not real efficient in running the football. They're throwing it a lot. These little look passes, little screens to the outside, bubble screens, are an extension of the running game. And it's something that West Virginia State wants to focus on today.
Trying to get the ball to the edge early. They do it again. Throw to the far side. Zach Pate spinning away from a defender, but gets only about a yard. 3rd down and short coming up. It's on Hensley to get the ball out of his hands quickly in those throws to the outside. Charleston unable to convert on their 3rd down. West Virginia State now on 3rd and 3, firing short. A.J. Barrett on the slant has 4 yards. That's good enough to move the chains, and already we've seen it. The 4 receivers for West Virginia State all getting a catch on this opening possession.
Well, all getting a catch, and we talked about they want to spread the football around. And defensively, you're looking at Kenny Randall right here. 52 tackles, 14 tackles for loss, 6 sacks. He's a guy defensively for Charleston, for me, that needs to have a big day today. He's been a one-man wrecking crew inside.
He's the nose guard, and he's put up those numbers this season. They get another skill player involved here. Dante Jones, the fullback, H-back, an important guy in their scheme, gets a catch and picks up about 5.
Well, another RPO right here, just reading the defensive end. Getting Dante Jones to the outside. Again, extension of the running game. Dante Jones a load, too, at that fullback at 6 foot, 245.
Hensley again operating quickly. Plenty of time to throw it. Now taking a shot deep for the end zone. That's Jones down there, but out of reach. Reggie Collins, one of the safeties in this 3-3-5 look for Charleston in coverage.
West Virginia State has done a tremendous job of protecting Austin Hensley this year. Number 1 in the conference, just under a sack per game that they're giving up. You saw right there, Hensley had all day to throw the football. Nowhere to go. Just tried to throw a 50-50 ball up to Dante Jones.
So 3rd down. They need to get to about the 22. Hensley again with time after a deep drop. Guns one over the middle, complete. That is Barrett. There is a flag down as Barrett spins to the sideline. We'll need to sort out the yellow, though. That came from way in the defensive backfield.
This flag, as you mentioned, came deep from the backfield, from the back judge.
Here's your answer.
Pass interference, offense, number 11. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat, 3rd down.
What would pass interference on the offense constitute there?
A little push off by Kendrick Cunningham, or a little pick play in the secondary. I believe is where that call came from.
Well, they go from a conversion and what would have been a fresh set of downs to now 3rd and 20. Motion Jones out to give him a 4th receiver and hand it off, and only getting a yard is Carl Garman. So 4th down, and it looks like the punt team coming onto the field.
An unfortunate penalty right there by West Virginia State. Really backed them up, took them out of field goal range. Now forced to punt the ball away.
Ahlstrom is the do-everything kicker for West Virginia State, and hanging up a beautiful punt there that lands inside the 10. Is that a loose football? Did a Golden Eagle touch that for Charleston? Yes, it's West Virginia State ball. At least that's the initial signal from the officials, who now gathered together to discuss this. Did perhaps a Yellow Jacket touch it first, which would make it Charleston possession?
First touching. Ball be placed at the spot of first touching. First down.
And it is Charleston football. The Golden Eagles catch a break right there. So each side with an empty possession to start today. Not quite 5 minutes in. Great to have you with us for our Division II showcase. Charleston and West Virginia State.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there? At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have. No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
What are you working for? Do you want to pursue your athletic potential while earning a degree that will benefit you for a lifetime? Do you want to play at the highest level in your sport? Do you want to be a champion? That's what the 12 proud members of the Mountain East Conference are advancing toward every day, providing opportunities and pursuing excellence. The Mountain East Conference.
Unmatched passion, unrelenting power. This trophy is not given, it must be earned. The NCAA Division II Football Championship, December 21st at McKinney ISD Stadium in McKinney, Texas.
Touchdown! Unbelievable catch!
Visit ncaa.com/tickets to get your tickets today.
Well, these two offenses, we hyped them up in the early going, both punting on their opening possession today. A little bit of a slow start. The defenses maybe going, hey, don't forget about us.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a feeling out period. We're going to see this today with this aerial attack from both of these teams. Trading punts a little bit, but we're going to see some big plays as the course of this day goes on.
Both these offenses average over 30 points per game. And here's a stat for you to keep in mind today. Mountain East Conference teams this year are 34-9 when scoring at least 30 points. Short throw on Charleston's first down play, cutting across the middle to make the catch. Fraylon Warren.
It was a well-designed play by Charleston, sneaking Fraylon Warren under the shallow crossing route. Cleared everybody out. He was wide open. Little combo coverage from West Virginia State in the secondary. Left Warren wide open.
Quick snap on the new set of downs, and Tyreek McAllister to the near sideline and out of bounds up near midfield. There is a flag down, though. Officials have been busy here in the first 5+ minutes.
Illegal substitution, 12 men on the field. Defense, that penalty is declined. First down.
I mentioned the quick snap. West Virginia State was trying to get multiple substitutions onto the field. An interesting time to sub one play into a defensive possession.
Well, they were trying to match personnel with what Charleston had and just had a guy that just did not get off the field in time.
There's Dustin Krauser, the tackling star for West Virginia State. Local guy from Cross Lanes. Empty backfield here for the Golden Eagles. Russell staring at 5 receivers. Now they'll shift and get McAllister behind him with an H-back in front. And give it to McAllister with nowhere to go. Pushed back, no gain. It'll be second down. Krauser and company closing that running hole quickly.
Well, Dustin Krauser comes into this game with close to 100 tackles. He's number 5 nationally. He's got 8 tackles for loss and 2.5 sacks. He's their do-everything guy up in the linebacking core. We talked about Kendall Robinson earlier for them, the nose tackle for West Virginia State. Their entire defensive line does a nice job of taking on double teams and allowing Dustin Krauser to make plays, and you saw it right there.
Krauser, George Washington High School in Charleston, went to West Virginia University originally before coming back to state. Purcell firing one deep here on second down. And Strawn, the big man, hauls it in and finds the end zone. Touchdown, Charleston. Strawn out there in one-on-one coverage, using that size to reach above the crowd.
Penalty. Repeat second down.
However, a penalty flag is going to wipe it out.
6'5", 225. He's a track star. Gets matched up on the free safety, Tavon Littleton, and then just battles for the football and gets into the end zone. But as you mentioned, Stephen, a penalty is going to wipe this out.
A penalty back at the line of scrimmage, and hardly anyone noticed. Strawn making a long walk back. And that only takes 6 points off the board. It costs him 10 more yards. Looking at 2nd and 20 now.
It's really unfortunate for Charleston. They did a nice job of isolating Strawn with that motion, getting him one-on-one with the free safety in that situation.
Strawn causes a ton of problems for a defense. Do you want to match up one guy with him? Can you play zone around him? How do you want to cover a guy like that?
You got to try to play somebody over the top in coverage with him as well, but it opens you up to runs like this.
Wide open is the draw play, and into the secondary. McAllister outrunning everyone for the touchdown. Tyreek McAllister, 61 yards. Touchdown taken away on the penalty. They come right back and score on the next play.
They're well designed on the draw route. You see, they widened everybody out in the spread formation. Nobody in the middle of the field. And Stephen, you talked about how do you take Michael Strawn away on the outside. You rotate your safety on the near side of the screen down over top to try to double him. It opened the field wide open. Nobody there in run support. And Tyreek McAllister's in for the score.
First strike of the day for Charleston. Tim McCutcheon adding the PAT, 7-0. Golden Eagles. Tyreek McAllister, 61 yards on the draw play, showing off the speed. Golden Eagles have the lead.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Before the house, before the office, the late nights and new bosses. Before the last hugs, the wins and the losses. Before building the team, before building yourself. The rise and grinds, all day, every days. Before the letter, before the dream, there was a kid who loved to play. If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
Well, Charleston with an impressive possession, 2 touchdowns, if you will. One wiped out by penalty. They score on the very next play. Tyreek McAllister gets lost in the shuffle maybe on their offense, but an impressive start for him today. They made a point to get the ball in his hands. Now West Virginia State will get it back and see if they can answer. West Virginia State ranked number 5 in the initial Super Region rankings, which, if the season had ended on those, would have had them in the playoffs. Elijah Bradshaw on the return for the Yellow Jackets. Out across the 30 before being spun down. Decent starting field position here for West Virginia State. And here are the aforementioned rankings for Super Region 1. The top 7 will be in the postseason.
Well, top 7 get into the postseason. We got a few weeks to go across the entire NCAA Division II football platform with a lot of important games remaining. This is a really important one for West Virginia State. They have not been in this position in the history of their program. Coach John Pennington's done a tremendous job. So this is an important game against Charleston here today.
Mountain East Conference well represented in those initial rankings. You saw Notre Dame in there undefeated. They've been the power in the league again this season. Throw to the near side, off target, going for Isaiah Scott. Had a little pressure on Hensley that time.
A little pressure on Hensley. He wants to have this throwback. Looked like he slipped just a little bit trying to deliver this ball in the deep comeback to Isaiah Scott. Isaiah Scott actually ran a great route, trying to come back to the quarterback, just unable to do so.
Hensley, one of the many local guys in this West Virginia State team from just down the road, Hurricane High School. Quick throw on second down, a little high. Zach Pate brings it down, puts his head down as he moves forward to the 35. Pickup of 4. Very important 3rd and 6 coming up here. Speaking of Hurricane High, Hensley and Pate have been hooking up since high school. They were high school teammates.
A lot of familiarity between those two in terms of being on the same page with your route depths, your reads within the defense as well.
Very important 3rd down for the Yellow Jackets, not wanting to go 3 and out after the Charleston touchdown. Blitz comes, it's picked up, throw over the middle, complete. Scott across midfield to the 45. Hensley threading the needle that time and hanging in there with the pocket.
Really impressed with this throw from Austin Hensley. Actually was looking to the right-hand side and then comes back, held to safety to open up that window for Isaiah Scott.
Hensley throwing again far side. This is Barrett near the marker. Swarmed by Golden Eagles at the 35 of Charleston. Just short of a 1st down. 2nd and about half a yard coming up. They continue to get the ball spread around to the different skill guys on this West Virginia State team.
Well, they do. They got several guys that came into this game with 30-plus receptions, at least 4 of them. Saw right there, a perfect example of the RPO as Barrett just found the soft spot in the defense.
Hensley, nice fake. Back to the fullback, Jones, 1st down. John Pennington raving about Dante Jones to us this week, calling him an awesome teammate. He said, at all the places I've been as a coach, he's as good a teammate as I've ever seen at the college level.
Well, they asked a lot of him at his fullback position. You saw right there on the play-action boot, sneaking him out into the flat. They'll run him up the seam. We saw Hensley try to reach him on a deep wheel route in the end zone on the first possession.
He's a special teams leader as well. Hensley over the middle against man coverage. 1st down to the 20, Ty Light.
Ty Light working one-on-one, man-to-man coverage against Kai Beckham on the outside. On the in route, finds some separation. And Austin Hensley able to hit him for the 1st down.
Well, Beckham's a really good corner. Couple picks last week. Conference Defensive Player of the Year. He has 3 interceptions on the year, 12 pass breakups. That's a tough guy to go against. And a little size at 5'11" as well. Hensley now taking a shot for the end zone. Nothing but defenders there, though. And Tramel Carey picks it off. Charleston with the takeaway. And turnovers could be the key factor in this ball game as you analyze this matchup. West Virginia State has struggled this year. They're now -6 in turnover margin.
Well, Austin Hensley would love to have this ball back, and he came to the sideline tapping his chest, saying it was his fault. This is a throw that did not need to happen. He's trying to get this ball to the outside to Barrett, but You just can't throw that football deep late down the middle like that with that much air under it. He knows it.
Free safety doing what free safeties do, playing center field. John Pennington's been big on telling his guys, hey, we can find ways to keep it close, get it to the fourth quarter, and make the plays in the fourth quarter. That's what they've done all season to get their record to what it is at 6-2. But at the same time, when you get down in the scoring zone, you don't want to start turning it over. Grissel, play action, has his man, Strawn one-on-one, and that's going to draw multiple flags. Pass interference will be the call. They got Strawn isolated, and that's exactly what Charleston wants.
Well, Charleston wants to go one-on-one
Pass
with Strawn on the
interference,
outside.
defense, number 18.
Out there against Kyle Alexander, the 6'1" senior corner.
Well, they ran some motion to isolate Michael Strawn
Pass
this time. He wasn't the motion guy. They
on the
ran somebody
defense.
else in motion.
Ineligible
One-on-one on
receiver
the outside.
on the offense downfield. Those penalties offset. Repeat first down.
You heard the explanation, not just the defensive pass interference, but an ineligible receiver downfield. So offsetting live ball penalties will replay first down. Strawn, we talked about how tough he is to cover. He's everything you could want in a wide receiver. He has size, he has speed, and John Kirkland told us he's really worked on his hands to get better at just being a true wide receiver as well as his route running.
Well, his route running, his understanding of the game, and reading coverages and making adjustments throughout the course of the game based on those coverages.
Grissel under duress, hit as he threw it, and it falls harmlessly out of bounds on the far side. That was near disaster for Charleston.
Pressure coming on Brant Grissel. He's trying to get this ball to Strawn on the outside. Little RPO in itself as he steps up into the pocket. But the hit from the blind side, just knocking that ball loose. As you mentioned, Stephen, it fell harmlessly to the outside. And very lucky right there from Charleston.
That defensive front for West Virginia State. Kendall Robinson, who was coming back from an injury, a really good player for him a year ago. Cody Stanley, a freshman at the defensive end, has been a big part of it. Three-man rush here, no pressure. Grissel forced to throw short, but low, going for Tremaine Ross, and suddenly 3rd and 10 coming now. Pretty good coverage on the back end.
Well, we've seen two big plays, I guess, come back from penalties. We saw the one touchdown, then the next, of course, the next play, the big draw for the touchdown, but the illegal man downfield by Charleston really hurt them so far in this drive.
Line to gain is the 30. Grissel, McAllister over the middle, has the first down. Well, there's something about left-handers in any sport, but you don't see many left-handed quarterbacks. That is a smooth throwing motion Grissel has.
He's got a smooth throwing motion. I love this play design, sneaking Tyreek McAllister on the angle route out of the backfield, isolating him on the linebacker and able to move the chains.
Fresh set of downs for the Golden Eagles, already up a touchdown. Ross on the slant, tough catch before being wrestled down by Littleton, but what a grab by Ross, the senior from Detroit.
A little RPO action from Charleston right here. Ross does a nice job of getting inside the defensive back and securing that catch.
Charleston won this matchup last year 35-31. 2 years ago on this field, though, it was West Virginia State taking home a 51-28 victory. McAllister on the quick swing, racing for the sideline, out of bounds at the 45, moved the chains, another first down. And Grissel spreading it to all parts of the field. Good look at the left-hander's throwing motion.
Well, it's nice and smooth, and sneaking Tyreek McAllister into the flat. Nobody adjusted defensively for West Virginia State when they moved McAllister up in a wing position right there. Just outflanked the defense.
And in motion, lost his footing at the start. Motion man back the other way. Grissel over the middle, wide open, Ross, and he can't stick the catch. Boy, great play design with the double motion, and Ross ended up wide open. He'll want that one back.
Well, this is great design by Charleston because you know you're going to get double coverage with this motion on Michael Strawn down at the bottom of the screen. So they're going to run Ross right up the seam where the vacated safety was, and he just has to make this catch. That ball's going for a touchdown.
And McAllister on the swing. Couple yards and pushed back. Third down coming. Well, one of the big concerns today for Charleston coach Pat Kirkland was, believe it or not, the field. He said, my guys are used to practicing and playing on turf. We're over here on natural grass today. He goes, it caught us a couple years ago. He goes, I hope we can handle it better this time. And, well, so far so good. Doesn't look like they've had many, if any, footing issues.
There's been a couple of slips out there. A lot of rain here Thursday, earlier in the week, but the field's in pretty good shape here for the first weekend of November.
As good as you could hope for weather-wise today. Grissel, plenty of time, now tucks it, runs, and has the first down. Ball comes out, but the officials are going to rule him down, and it will stay with Charleston. First down, Golden Eagles. Hey, for as good as both of these quarterbacks are, Mark, they don't do a lot of that. They're not running. They're not involved in the run game for their teams, but this is a pretty good decision by Grissel.
Well, this is a great decision. Middle of the field is vacated, knows where he needs to get to the sticks. You're going to see right there, he was down as that ball popped out. But nice awareness and opportunistic run right there by Brent Grissel.
Quick throw, Ross. Popped hard at the end as 3 Yellow Jackets got to him.
This is a nice drive that Charleston's putting together here.
Using some clock.
Missed a couple of big plays, but continuing to move the chains and being efficient.
Letting that play clock burn a little as well. Down to 10 before they snap this one. Grissel has a man wide open on the near side. Would have been running room for Xavion Gordon had he been on his feet. Is Strawn drawing that much attention that these guys in the white jerseys are able to run open like that?
Well, he really is right now. They're rolling the safety over top to try to double cover him. And Kyle Alexander, for the most part, is getting up in the face of Mike Strawn, which is what they wanted to do, bump and run him a little bit. But it is opening up those intermediate routes, and you saw right there to Xavion Gordon just sneaking through to the outside.
Back to the draw play. That's what got him the touchdown earlier. McAllister unable to break this one, but a nice solid pickup on first down as we near 1 minute to go in the opening quarter.
8-6, second down and 4.
Very impressive drive being put together now by the Charleston Golden Eagles, looking for a 2-score lead. Grissel, eyes downfield, flushed from the pocket, scrambles out of bounds, setting up third down. Did not have what he wanted. Pretty good coverage that time by West Virginia State.
Well, it was great coverage by the Yellow Jackets in the secondary. Did a really nice job of covering up the intermediate routes where Grissel wanted to go with the ball. Scrambling ability, you mentioned, Stephen, he doesn't run a ton, but he is efficient when he does run it. We saw in the first down pickup earlier, no one on contain, able to pick up a couple yards.
Third down 4. They hand it off. Joe Street getting his first carry of the day. He's the bigger of their 2 running backs who see the majority of the action, and he gets just enough to move the chains for a first down.
Well, on 3rd and short, you're going to hand it to your 5'11", 235-pound running back, as you mentioned, a little bit bigger bodied guy, able to, with his second effort, pick up the first down.
That brings the first quarter to a close. Charleston has the only points on the board, and they're working on another drive inside the West Virginia State 20. With 15 minutes gone in our Division II showcase.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there? At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
What are you working for? Do you want to pursue your athletic potential while earning a degree that will benefit you for a lifetime? Do you want to play at the highest level in your sport? Do you want to be a champion? That's what the 12 proud members of the Mountain East Conference are advancing toward every day, providing opportunities and pursuing excellence. The Mountain East Conference.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
I knew that there was an opportunity to have my college paid for if I was good enough to play baseball at that level. That was going to make a big difference in my family. D2 baseball gave me an opportunity to play at a high level and to get an education that's going to be valuable for me throughout the rest of my life. I chose to take my experience of being a student athlete and pursue that within my career and to get a master's degree. If I wouldn't have had a baseball scholarship, there'd be no chance that I'm doing what I'm doing today.
Charleston with the lead here at West Virginia State as we begin quarter number 2. Stephen Davis, Mark Boerichter with you. Charleston getting the long touchdown run from McAllister, a 61-yarder to get on the board. Now they're in the midst of a long drive, and inside the West Virginia State 20, Brant Grissel in that offense really moving the football nicely here.
Well, they are moving the football nicely on this drive. Picked up some third down conversions when they've needed to get it. They're really on the attack right now. Remember, this drive started after the interception.
They've gone the majority of the field. And again, a pre-snap shift for Charleston. This one, though, had a little extra movement.
False start, offense, number 1, 5-yard penalty. He's first down.
Does a guy who's a great sprinter on the track like Mike Strawn really need a false start?
Please reset the clock to 15 minutes.
I don't think he needs any kind of head start, does he?
15 minutes.
He certainly doesn't need a head start, just got a little anxious on the outside. One of the things he's seen a little bit more today is some bump and run coverage on the outside. Coach John Pennington told us they wanted to challenge him at the line of scrimmage.
Well, McAllister, boy, nearly picked off in the backfield. McAllister able to raced down to the 15, but a late flag coming in again. Second quarter starting the way the first one did. A lot of yellow on the field.
Holding, offense, number 11. 10-yard penalty from the spot. Repeat first down.
It's out on the edge. Xavion Gordon, one of the receivers, was essentially a lead blocker there for McAllister. It's the modern day toss sweep. Although that time getting it to the running back, you see it a lot of times where they throw it to the wide receiver out there and operate it as a version of the old toss sweep.
It's just an extension of your running game. With these spread offenses, the offensive line and more of a pass set stance to begin with, you got to find ways to get to the perimeter. And there's multiple opportunities for you to do that to the wide receivers or the running back.
Grissel has McAllister wide open. Makes a man miss. He's in for his second touchdown of the day. Tyreek McAllister wide open in space, made a nifty move at the 5, and he has found the end zone a couple times. That one will go as a touchdown pass for Grissel, his 22nd of the year. This is pretty nice.
Well, again, the influence of Mike Strawn on the outside, drawing double coverage, leaving the flat and intermediate areas out by the numbers wide open. Give a lot of credit to offensive coordinator Paul Johnson for Charleston designing that one to get Tyreek McAllister out on the wheel route and wide open for the score.
McCutcheon adds the extra point, 14-0. It's almost pick your poison right now for this West Virginia State defense. You've got the great receiver in Strawn on the other side. You're trying to figure out how to defend him, but they're leaving guys wide open in turn.
Well, it's man-to-man coverage, and nobody runs with McAllister out of the backfield. So he is wide open. And again, that influence of Mike Strawn coming in on the in route, bringing the corner with him. Nobody's out in the flat to pick up McAllister. And that's an easy pitch and catch for Brant Grissel.
Making McAllister's job really easy. He's putting up some big numbers in this first half. Junior from Latta, South Carolina.
It was a great drive by Charleston right there. After the interception from Austin Hensley, Jordan Brown picked off in the end zone. Battled a couple penalties. Really marched almost the entire length of the field.
Oscar Gonzalez will boot it away. West Virginia State return along the far side. And some space to the sideline and down that sideline with one man to beat and knocked out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Very nice return for Elijah Bradshaw, although there is a flag back at the 30-yard line. Looked like he was going to step out of bounds a couple times, but managed to stay in. However, the penalty is going to bring it back.
Going to run back, holding, on the return team number 11. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, first down.
So instead of being at the Charleston 20 to start this possession, they're going to be back way up in their own territory, middle of the screen maybe, perhaps.
Middle of the screen right there, the tackle, almost the tackle of the defender by the return team. As you mentioned, Stephen, this is a huge penalty field position-wise, because not only are they not starting about the 20-yard line of Charleston now, they're back inside their own 20 with that being a spot foul.
Announced as a 10-yard penalty, but effective yardage there of more than 60 yards. On what is a very important possession, presumably, for West Virginia State, down 14 here in the second quarter. Hensley picked off. Key Beckham, who had 2 picks last week, including one back for a touchdown, has another pick 6. The senior jumps the route and takes it in.
Foul, roughing the passer, number 9, defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
But take it off the board. Kenny Randall, the star, whistled for roughing the passer, and Beckham hasn't even realized it yet. They're telling him to get back out on the field now.
A fortunate break right here for West Virginia State. You're going to see Kenny Randall right there, the hands up near the face and head and neck area. It's a great call by the official. That's roughing the passer as a point of emphasis.
I don't think Pat Kirkland agrees that it's a great call, or at least wanting an
That's
explanation.
the correct call in that situation. Unfortunately for Charleston, it takes the pick six off the board.
Great job by Key Beckham in the secondary, and Randall called for the penalty, wiping out the touchdown. West Virginia State can exhale and try it again.
It's a 15-yard penalty and a first down, so field position.
Hensley, quick throw near side. Jones, the big man, barreling into a defender, and here comes another flag. Well, both these teams have had issues with penalties at times this year. We're seeing it in the first half of this rivalry game.
We've seen a lot of penalties here in this game so far.
Dead ball after the play, personal foul, number 20 of the defense. Late hit out of bounds, first down.
So an extra 15 added to the end.
This one's going on Jeremy Bell as he was pushing Dante Jones out of bounds. Just gave a little extra push. West Virginia State with a couple penalties now is into Charleston territory.
Taking advantage of the second chance on this possession. Again to the far side. Isaiah Scott showing the speed. A lot of quick throws to the outside for West Virginia State in this first half. Hensley's been very accurate. He's up near 75% throwing the football.
He's been extremely accurate. Again, this was the focus the West Virginia State wanted to have. Try to get the ball to the perimeter. They like their matchups on the outside.
Keeping three receivers in a triangle most of the time as Hensley getting out of the way of pressure. Just throws that one away. He had a man coming around the edge right on him.
It's big Justin Hall, the linebacker, pressure to the outside. They're bringing one more guy that West Virginia State can protect. Hensley has nowhere to go with this football but throw it away.
3rd and a yard. And West Virginia State changes the setup offensively. Wildcat formation. And a first down. Dante Jones taking the snap, runs for a couple yards. Hensley had gone off the field on that play. He comes back now. We mentioned they asked Dante Jones to do a lot. He's also the short yardage Wildcat guy.
Well, he is, and they brought big number 75 Briar Ellswick in, the backup offensive guard, to play fullback in that situation.
Why not have a 350-pound fullback in a jumbo set, right? If your 245-pounder is going to be your quarterback, you need some real size to lead block. Back to Jones here. Maybe lost his footing, but it looked like he didn't have much room anyway. Loss of 2.
So a little inside trap play to Jones. They've been successful this year with that play. He's got 5 touchdowns on the year. A couple of them have come off that exact play where they're trying to sneak the ball in the underneath handoff to him. But well defended by Charleston.
Second and a dozen. A little pressure from Charleston. Throw over the middle, complete. It's Jones again, first down, but a flag back near the line of scrimmage. Is this coming back?
It's going to be a hold, I think. Oh, no. It's going to be on Charleston.
Hands to the face, defense. The automatic, first down.
Exactly. It is on Charleston. West Virginia State making a point to get the ball in the hands of Dante Jones. He's usually not one of the primary guys they get the ball to a lot. Is this something schematically, or is this Charleston taking other guys away?
Right now, I think it's West Virginia State dictating the personnel that are on the field schematically for Charleston with Dante Jones. He's a very versatile player. And you keep your fullback on the field, it keeps them in
Pass was
more of a base
completed.
defense.
Penalty will be assessed half the distance from the end of the run.
And that really aids the Yellow Jacket cause. 1st and goal now. We said when they got the football back, it was a very important drive. The interception on the first play got wiped out by a roughing the passer penalty. Now here they are, 1st and goal at the 7.
This drive has definitely been aided by Charleston penalties. A personal foul with the late hit out of bounds as well, Stephen.
Handoff. Open space, left side, touchdown, West Virginia State. Dylan Lucas. Yellow Jackets are on the board. First time they've given it to Lucas today.
Touchdown.
And he finds the end zone.
Yellow Jackets.
Just a wide hole to the left side for Dylan Lucas. Good push, good kick out by the offensive line of the Yellow Jackets. Dylan Lucas made easy work of it.
Whistles before the extra point try.
A false start on the
False start, offense
wing.
number 42. 5-yard penalty. Retry.
They do have a very good kicker in Ahlstrom, a junior from Sweden. And 5 yards further back on the kick try, and it's right down the middle. 14-7, West Virginia State on the board. Long drive, capped by the 7-yard run from Lucas. Under 12 to go, first half. Yellow Jackets on the board. Back within a touchdown.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, we have a prodigy. So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Well, West Virginia State on the board. Much needed touchdown there after falling behind by 14 and what looked to be 20, but a pick six was taken off the board at the beginning of that drive with a penalty.
Yeah, the story of that drive really was West Virginia State's execution after the penalties of Charleston. The other pick six was taken off the board, as you mentioned. A personal foul down the field as well against Dante Jones, who just got shoved out of bounds a little late. And then West Virginia State executing and taking advantage of the Charleston miscues.
You can talk about a defense making mistakes, penalties, and giving up yards, but as you said, West Virginia State had to take advantage, and they did.
They certainly took advantage, and they needed to in that situation. Down 14-0 here at home. Needed to put a drive together to get back in this game, and they did.
It'll be on Gordon, 1 foot in the end zone. That is a touchback. Hey, for all the latest news, stats, rankings, and more, visit NCAA.com. NCAA.com is the official online home for all 25 NCAA Division II championships. So 25-yard line where Brant Grissel and the Charleston Golden Eagle offense take over. High percentage passing day so far for Grissel, with the touchdown on their last possession. It's been McAllister out of the backfield, number 4, having the big day. Well, lots of movement up front, both sides. Who moved first?
False start, offense. For 53. 5-yard pass.
It's usually the offense that gets called in those situations.
Charleston was really going with the triple count. You're going a hard count a couple different times to try to draw them offside. Fortunately, a couple of his offensive linemen moved.
McAllister running away from the first man who got into the backfield. A nice 8-yard run on first down.
The speed of Tyreek McAllister certainly helped here because Kendall Robinson was in the backfield in no time. The big nose guard.
Second down and 7.
But Tyreek McAllister so far has been the difference in this ball game. Offensive coordinator Paul Johnson's done a nice job of scheming him open in the passing game and then inside, opportunistic in the running game.
Grissel, pressured, tucks it and runs. He's got lots of space. First down and plenty more across midfield, and wisely gets out of bounds at the state 43-yard line. Grissel has made great decisions all day long.
He's made great decisions and been opportunistic when he's been able to run the football or when he needs to. Great coverage in the back end by West Virginia State, but wide open again in the middle of the field because they dropped guys into coverage. Nobody open, and Grissel able to move the chains with the big game with his feet.
Strong, the lone receiver to the top, but they go on the ground. McAllister on the draw. First down, gets away inside the 20 to the 10. Touchdown, Charleston. Tyreek McAllister does it again. My goodness, he's quick.
McAllister's got some burst, and he doesn't need a big hole to get through with his quickness. Charleston taking advantage. Offensive line doing a great job opening up some seams and then letting the speed of McAllister take over.
He's been able to make guys miss in space as well. Second touchdown run for McAllister today. Third touchdown overall. McCutcheon adds the point. Tyreek McAllister, the money man today. 3 touchdowns. This one on the ground. 21-7. University of Charleston on top.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there? At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have.
No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
What are you working for? Do you want to pursue your athletic potential while earning a degree that will benefit you for a lifetime? Do you want to play at the highest level in your sport? Do you want to be a champion? That's what the 12 proud members of the Mountain East Conference are advancing toward every day, providing opportunities and pursuing excellence. The Mountain East Conference.
From court to court and lane to lane, under the lights or under the sun, no one delivers Division II sports like NCAA.com. The center of D2 is inside the NCAA.com hub, with exclusive highlights of every sport and live broadcasts of every Division II championship found nowhere else. Make NCAA.com yours, the home of Division II college sports.
Impressive offense here in the first half from Charleston. They've been able to get the ball to Tyreek McAllister with a lot of room to roam, and he's got 3 touchdowns already, 2 on the ground, 1 in the air. And Mike Strom's the big play guy. They're one of the best receivers in the country. He hasn't been involved much, but McAllister's been a huge factor, to say the least.
McAllister's been a huge factor, and it's been because of the scheme and what Charleston's been able to do. Isolate him in the passing game out of the backfield, but then his speed and ability inside, rushing the football. We got to give a lot of credit to Charleston's offensive line, too.
It was a short kickoff. Charleston all pointing that they have the football. They came out of the pile with the ball, but the officials saying, hey, we blew that thing dead before the ball was taken away. And the West Virginia State offense trying to keep up right now. They got 7 on their last possession. They've done it predominantly through the air today. A lot of quick throws for Austin Hensley, the senior. First down handoff. All out of space, only a couple of yards. Running back tried to hide behind his lineman, but nothing opened up.
Number 4, number 54, is out for 1 play. His helmet's off.
It was Carl Garman that carried it on first down. Second and 8, Hensley. Boy, tough catch. Hauled in by Zach Pate. What a grab by the 5'8" senior. Body control and adjustment extraordinaire.
Charleston dialing up some pressure. As you mentioned, Stephen, this is a great grab with your hands, but by Zach Pate. Great concentration. His hand is underneath the football when he hits the ground. Ball doesn't move. That's a tremendous catch by Zach Pate and great effort.
It's a guy who has a firm handshake. 3rd and a yard. Barrett, can he get away? No, he cannot. Hanging on for the ankle tackle, Reggie Collins. No gain, it's 4th down. Would John Pennington roll the dice and go for this here?
He certainly might, but this is a great play by Reggie Collins, who's their spur back, as they call him, kind of a hybrid linebacker safety on the outside. Great job defeating the block.
Well, now they've actually spotted it up at the 38 and said it's enough for a first down. Oh, fresh set of downs for State. On first down, a handoff up the middle, a little bit of space this time for Garman. We talked about this earlier. Both coaches said we really need to run the ball to have success this week. Obviously, Charleston's done that with McAllister. West Virginia State trying to get it established with Lucas and Garman, a couple straight handoffs here on this drive.
I think for State, you've got to run the ball effectively and efficiently, and you've got to pick your spots. You've got to try to get the areas where you can get 5-6 yards a pop to try to make Charleston at least respect the run.
2nd and 5. Barrett near side on his knees makes the catch. Looks like it might be a half yard short of the first down. We're talking straight up running the football to keep the middle of the defense honest, not the throws to the outside that operate as if they were runs.
No, absolutely. You got to keep those linebackers inside concerned about a potential for a run in there. They can't fly to the outside to try to defend your bubble screens and your pop passes to the outside. They've got to play more downhill if you're able to run it effectively.
Switch at quarterback again for West Virginia State. They did this in another short yardage situation. This time, though, it's the actual backup quarterback, Donovan Riddick, that came in, and they run a little zone read look and pick up the first down with Garmin carrying it. We saw the fullback, Jones, run a wildcat look earlier. More of a jumbo set there on 3.5 yard. They turn to the freshman quarterback, Riddick, and now Hensley back on the field. As again, they convert on a 3rd down. Hensley getting his team arranged. On the triangle of receivers to the top of the screen this time. He's going to go to the lone man at the bottom. That's Ty Light. Just off the fingertips. Pretty good touch on that throw from Hensley.
Well, I love this throw from Austin Hensley. I really do. Put it in a spot where only his receiver could make a play on it. It's difficult to drop that ball in the bucket, but he put that ball about the only place it could be thrown. Ty Light just unable to come up with it.
2nd down from midfield. Hensley taking another shot. This one over the middle. Has a man. 1st down inside the 10. Another nice strike. This time it's the big play guy, Isaiah Scott, the senior from Ohio.
Hensley's got a lot of confidence in Isaiah Scott. Does a nice job of putting this ball out as Isaiah Scott working on this free safety. Gets inside.
Working on the star corner Beckham as well. 42 yards. 1st and goal. This West Virginia State offense getting a little traction now on consecutive possessions. Can they finish another drive? Hensley for the end zone, going for Scott. Incomplete. That was a textbook RPO right there.
Well, this was a textbook RPO. Trying to go with the back shoulder throw to Scott on the outside, and now we're going to see Donovan Riddick coming back in to play quarterback for State.
Keep an eye on this 4-receiver bunch to the near side. They'll throw it back for Riddick, and it's nearly intercepted. Daniel Shirk will have nightmares about that one. He had a touchdown in his hands. The big man, the senior defensive end, on the
second pass was
throwback.
an incomplete forward pass. 3rd down.
Almost took it for 6.
A little diamond 4-receiver formation, and as soon as he stepped back, trying to throw this ball back across the field to Riddick, and Daniel Shirk had eyes on the end zone, potentially.
It was Tyler Brown out there as the receiver. He's listed as a quarterback on the roster, and he didn't think there was going to be a defender there. Hensley for the end zone, going for Pate. Out of play, 4th down. The field goal unit coming on. A nice drive, unable to punch it in for 6. So they'll ask Ahlstrom to try to add 3. .25-yard attempt, middle of the field. And it is right on the money. So 3 on the board for State. Back within 11, under 7 to go, first half.
Media timeout.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Before the house, before the office, the late nights and new bosses. Before the last hugs, the wins and the losses. Before building the team, before building yourself, the rise and grinds, all day, every days. Before the letter, before the dream, there was a kid who loved to play. If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
21-10 our score. NCAA Division II showcase today from Institute, West Virginia, just outside of Charleston proper. Stephen Davis, Mark Boerichter with you. The visitors from the University of Charleston with the short drive today in this rivalry game have the lead. West Virginia State getting 3 moments ago, but it's Charleston, Mark, that after being denied points on their first possession and having to punt has really impressed on their last 3 drives, putting up a touchdown every time.
Well, they've been tough to stop the last 3 times they've had the football, Stephen, as you mentioned. Really been able to do what they want and dictate the pace of this game.
Gordon on the return to the 22. Good open field tackle by Demetrius Baylor. And for the West Virginia State defense, do you try something different now, shuffle the deck, try to give them a different look? Because Charleston offense seems pretty comfortable.
Right now, Charleston's offense is really dictating how this game has gone. They've been able to isolate Tyreek McAllister in the passing game and then move guys off their spots up front to get him some seams to run the football. But West Virginia State has to make a few adjustments defensively, and especially in the passing game, try to get after Grant Grissel. They've really had hardly any pressure on him at all today. Even on his runs, he's had time to throw the football. It's just opened up down the field where he's been able to run for the first down.
First down, McAllister. Why not? About 5 yards. McAllister entered the day 471 yards rushing on the season, averaging 5.7 yards a carry, also 15 receptions. He's been the primary guy in the offense today, though.
He's been the primary guy. West Virginia State has done a nice job on the outside of stopping Michael Strawn. And McAllister's been the guy that's done all the damage.
McAllister again getting a little more attention. Hit before he can pick up the first down. First time we've seen Dustin Krauser get involved in the action, one of the top tacklers in the nation in Division II. You could use the middle linebacker, West Virginia State could, to be a little more involved defensively and start making some plays. They forced a third down, 3rd and short. Get a look at Krauser. Just a junior as well. Nothing fancy. It's McAllister up the middle. And has just enough for the first down.
Well, what the advantages Charleston has now with this 21-10 lead, I mentioned dictating the pace of this game. Their running game has been tremendous so far today. Talked about it coming into this game, 2 of the most high-powered offenses passing in the country. But now, because of the effectiveness of your running game, it really opens up your offensive playbook.
McAllister again on the ground. About 9 yards, working the left side of the line. Behind the senior left tackle, Austin Ringel. Redshirt seniors at left guard and center. Juniors on the right side of the line. Big experienced group up front for Charleston. And you get into November, maybe it's time to start running the football a little more and let the big fellas get after it. They have done that today. Nothing but handoffs so far on this drive. How about another? This is Joe Street taking it for a first down out to midfield. Pickup of 7. 5 plays, 5 handoffs.
And continuing the progression of this drive.
Continuing to control the football and control the clock as well.
You've gone from the speedster and McAllister now to really the bowling ball and Joe Street at 5'11", 230 in the backfield.
Street again. Pushing defenders backwards at first contact. And takes a whole pack of Yellow Jackets to get him going the other direction, but he picks up about 5 yards first.
Well, Joe Street was contacted here about 1 yard into this run. Right here at the end. Right there by Dustin Krauser. He ends up getting 4 yards on this because of his size and his strength in his legs, just keeping the legs churning. And a little help from his offensive line toward the end as well.
Krauser's no small guy, 6'2", 230 pounds. When he makes a hit, usually that running back gets stopped. Still no pass attempts on this possession. Now Grissel wants to put it up, and does, deep down the field, and he overshoots everybody. 3rd down upcoming.
Grissel trying to hit Xavion Gordon on the post route. Just a little bit overthrown. I think you're seeing the confidence right now that Charleston has in their offense in terms of moving the ball. It's 3rd and 6 upcoming here, but McAllister was wide open again in the flat. But again, the confidence that Charleston has in their offense. Frank Grissel going ahead and taking a shot down the field on 2nd down.
Pressure comes. Strawn cutting across the middle makes the catch, but he's short of the first down by a couple yards. Well, they get it to their guy, but stopped well short, and quickly it's punt team onto the field for Charleston. Quick decision despite being at the state 42-yard line.
A real quick decision, but watch here for a hard count, maybe trying to draw West Virginia State offside.
Cordell Parsons is in to punt. Low kick. They hit a Golden Eagle in the back. They're going to go ahead and down it inside the 5, but the initial touching was much further out on the field, so it'll be a little bit better field position for West Virginia State, but still backed up with 2:27 to go in the first half. Connect with Division II Athletics on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Follow along and join the conversation as the NCAA promotes national champions in 25 D2 sports. Ball was touched at about the 12-yard line, so Austin Hensley, number 12 in the black jersey, comes onto the field there. And they get a drive together to get some points here right before half. Dumps it over the top to the back. Lucas making some defenders miss. Has a first down, but there is a flag back near the line. Hold the phone.
Well, I love the call going to the screen deep in your own territory. Opening up some space for Lucas, but this one's going to come back because of a holding call.
Holding. Offense number 50. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat first down.
A costly one as it wipes out a nice pickup to open that drive.
Correction, that's half the distance to the goal.
I mentioned I love the call. But right there, you're going to see the hold, the tug on the jersey And that's just a technique and footwork thing. He didn't finish with his feet. He finishes with his feet there and keeps his legs driving. He doesn't have to make that hold.
First down throw here. Scott stays in bounds and gets up near the 20. That went from being a 3 to 5 yard gain to a pretty nice pickup for all because of Isaiah Scott's footwork.
Isaiah Scott did a nice job of keeping his feet in bounds, knowing where he was on the field, exactly where the sideline was, and turning that up to make this 2nd and short.
Clock rolls after the ball gets set. Lucas making some guys miss again. He's across the 35 and pushing his way across the 40 to the 41.
Well, they ran the ball right at where Justin Hall was coming in off the edge. He went for the quarterback, and they slipped Lucas up inside on the handoff. And a big game for State.
Lucas, another local guy. Buffalo High, calls Hurricane his hometown. We'll swing it out to Jones this time. Gets forward to the 47, pickup of 6. We're under 90 seconds to go first half. Timeouts available, though, for State. They have all 3. Trying to keep a quick pace. Hensley with time. Goes to Lucas, the underneath option. And inbounds, he's tackled at the 49, pickup of just 2. We're under a minute to go in the half. Still no timeout. Clock rolling. Hensley looking to the sideline. They'll stay in hurry-up mode. 3rd down and 2. To the far side, Scott has it, first down. He's got some running room and stumbles before going down at the Charleston 35-yard line. 38 seconds to go. First half, and now timeout called by West Virginia State. We talked earlier about the footwork of Isaiah Scott. Here it is again.
Well, good footwork, and Kai Beckham came in from the outside that corner we talked about, just missed the tackle. Isaiah Scott able to get north and south really, really fast. Pick up that first down. And allow West Virginia State with 38 seconds to go here after the first down to take their first time out, Steve.
We said this is an important matchup in the Mountain East. Both these teams in the top half of the league standings. You've got Notre Dame still unbeaten. Frostburg State is in there as they transition to Division II. Urbana is having another nice season as well, but hey, there's both West Virginia State and Charleston right in the mix at the top of the league. Rest of the conference shakes out like that.
This is why this is a rivalry game, but this is a big game for West Virginia State because they've got Wheeling next week and then the showdown with Notre Dame to end the season. So in order to keep pace and stay where they want to stay within the region rankings, they've got to get a win here today. But as with almost every rivalry game, Stephen, you can throw everything out the window because these two teams only miles apart from each other and schools miles apart from each other. A lot of these players know each other, the coaches know each other, and it's all about bragging rights.
Both these offenses have found their footing now. First down at the 36, 38 seconds to go in the half. Hensley, flush to the left, tucks it, runs it, gets out of bounds after getting 6 yards.
Stephen, we talked about neither one of these quarterbacks really have a ton of rushing stats or known to make plays with their legs. Little twist game on the outside. Hensley does a nice job of escaping the pocket and picking up as much yardage as he can and getting out of bounds. The State still has 2 timeouts remaining.
And they do have a very good kicker in Ahlstrom. They're at the edge of his range right now. Hensley, as the pocket collapses, goes down. Keon Freeman, freshman linebacker.
One thing Charleston's doing is they're bringing pressure off the edge from their outside linebackers. Keon Freeman does a nice job of splitting.
Timeout, West Virginia State. They're second.
The offensive line and the protection to get to the quarterback.
Never a good time for a sack, particularly there as it takes them out of field goal range. Makes this third down play upcoming that much more important. Where do you think they go with it here? They've run a lot to the outside. This drive, those looked a little different.
This drive has looked a little different. I think it's been dictated by the situation of the 2-minute style of offense and situational football. So I'd look for number 8, A.J. Barrett, in some capacity, an intermediate route here. You know, Steve, it's a little difficult to think where they're going to go with the football when you got 4 receivers coming into this game with over 30 catches for West Virginia State. But in this situation, you want to try to come out of here with points. You mentioned the sack takes you out of field goal range. I'd take a shot down the field here.
4 receivers as usual. Hensley will go to the man isolated at the top. Scott can't quite make the grab, and it's 4th down. Or would they go for this now and risk not getting it and giving the ball back to Charleston?
Well, I'd go ahead and punt this football away right here in this situation. Charleston still has all 3 of their timeouts as well, Stephen.
John Pennington thinking things over. Hensley awaiting instructions. Gonna let that play clock tick down. I think John Pennington, the third-year head coach, is going to take a timeout. And he does.
Timeout. West Virginia State.
John Pennington, a local guy from here in Charleston.
Timeout for the first half.
Played at the University of West Virginia for Rich Rodriguez. Coached around this area and thrilled to be the head coach at West Virginia State. Young, energetic guy with obviously a dynamic offense. He says is influenced by, obviously Rich Rodriguez and what he was doing when I played for him at West Virginia, but also former Charleston coach Tony DeMeo. He said he really learned a lot from watching his offenses and taking some of the concepts that he brought to the game of football and small college football that were ahead of their time. Tony DeMeo was a small college coaching legend and really had a nice run at Charleston.
Well, he did, and Coach John Pennington's really done a nice job here in the short time he's been here. This has been a program that hasn't been that strong, quite frankly, on the football side of things. He's really turned it around, and to have them 6-2 here, number 5 in the first Super Region rankings that came out with an opportunity to go to the playoffs. He's doing a tremendous job here at West Virginia State.
He does have his punt team on the field for 4th down. Ahlstrom hangs it up. High kick. And into the end zone, a touchback. But leaving just 10.7 seconds for the Charleston offense.
Well, I like the call. Go ahead and punt it away. You don't want to get a 4th down situation where your quarterback gets sacked, maybe backs you up another 10 yards and give Charleston an opportunity to score, especially with Charleston getting the ball back to start the second half. Go ahead and punt it away and see what happens here.
Well, looks like Charleston won't try anything too fancy. Grissel in the shotgun, but drops to a knee. And the final seconds will tick away off the first half clock. Grissel and that Charleston offense impressive. 3 touchdowns for Tyreek McAllister. And a double-digit lead into the locker room for the visitors as the Yellow Jackets retreat to their locker room. Charleston on top in this rivalry matchup in the Mountain East. 21-10 the score at the break. We've hit halftime. An Institute, our Division II showcase.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back and my dad was like, we have a prodigy. So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
I knew that there was an opportunity to have my college paid for if I was good enough to play baseball at that level. That was going to make a big difference in my family. D2 baseball gave me an opportunity to play at a high level and to get an education that's going to be valuable for me throughout the rest of my life. I chose to take my experience of being a student athlete and pursue that within my career and to get a master's degree. If I wouldn't have had a baseball scholarship, there'd be no chance that I'm doing what I'm doing today.
From court and lane to lane, under the lights or under the sun, no one delivers Division II sports like NCAA.com. The center of D2 is inside the NCAA.com hub with exclusive highlights of every sport and live broadcasts of every Division II championship found nowhere else. Make NCAA.com yours, the home of Division II college sports.
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like I was able to come here and get my triple major as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Beautiful scenery here in the Charleston area. Division II showcase. It's the Charleston Golden Eagles on top of West Virginia State at halftime, 21-10. And at halftime, we're joined by a special guest here in the booth. Nate Burton is the athletic director here at West Virginia State University. Nate, great to have you on. This is a fantastic setting you guys have here. Great campus, this whole state, but this area in particular is just beautiful.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Been a great opportunity for us to showcase our university and our athletic department. Hopefully we can come back in the second half. Everyone knows we're a second half team. Probably be down to the last minute, but thanks for the opportunity.
Hey, it's been fun being here. This is a great rivalry, great conference. Let's talk about your football program a little bit. We were just talking about Coach Pennington right before halftime. He's a young, dynamic guy who seems to have this program on the rise.
John's probably one of the most positive people you ever meet, but very satisfied with where we're going. Back-to-back winning seasons. It's the first time since 1978 to 79 and 80 that we've had that. So we're looking forward to momentum and to finish the year out.
It looks like there's been some new additions here at the field as well. You've got a beautiful scoreboard and a great building down at the end zone as well.
Yeah, it's we don't have turf yet, but a lot of people don't have the facility that we have, the weight room, the locker room, the coaches' offices. So we can't really pitch the field necessarily, but the indoor facility is really nice.
Take us through the impetus for that building and what all's in it and how that came about.
Yeah, so Gregory V. Monroe, very good supporter of ours. His name's on the building, but has an academic center, so about 3 different classrooms in there, locker room, weight room, and then offices upstairs in a suite area.
It's fantastic. We walked through it this morning. You're not going to find one better, I don't think, at the Division II level. The guys love that weight room in there.
We take great pride in it. Great pride in all of our, not only football, but all of our programs use it.
Okay, let's talk about those other programs for a little bit. Obviously, fall sports starting to wrap up. Winter sports getting underway. What else is going on around the athletic department?
Yeah,
for
so
you guys?
volleyball is underway for us right now. They're third in the conference, and then preseason for men's and women's basketball ranked. Women are 7th and men are 4th, so we're looking for great seasons out of them. And then go into the spring seasons, baseball, softball, men's and women's tennis. Really looking forward to those seasons.
This Mountain East Conference, it's really competitive. A lot of schools here in a tightly bunched area. You get some good rivalries.
Yeah, it's good for us because travel. Our student athletes don't miss a whole lot of class. They're not out there, traveling overnight very much. So it makes it good. The footprint of the Mountain East Conference is very good for West Virginia State University.
What's kind of for the department? Let's look at this big picture. Obviously, the coaches go out, try to sell their individual programs to potential student athletes. Department-wide, though, what's the philosophy for this department? What would you sell a potential student athlete on at West Virginia State?
We sell to parents just whenever their student athlete, whenever their sons or daughter comes onto our campus, they'll be treated as their own. And they just, our university personnel just does a great job at focusing on graduation, focusing on life after graduation. So we really sell that.
Nate, great stuff. Thanks for having us here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Nate Burton, Athletic Director at West Virginia State University, with us at the break. Mountain East Commissioner Reed Amos coming up next in the Division II Showcase.
I was the kid who would do surgery on my teddy bear and have my sister be my patient, and I would wear the stethoscope and the lab coat. I was that kid. Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Dr. News, who is the head of the biology department, definitely has had a huge impact over the past 2 years I've been in the lab. He took a chance on me and actually gives me the power to actually do things. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. I've had so many experiences with underprivileged people and just seeing that they want the basic things that people get out of life. And if I can help in any way, that just kind of warms my heart. That's why I want to be a doctor, to serve those who have been dealt a bad hand. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. It was just because I bought into myself, because someone bought into me. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
We continue at halftime the Division II Showcase game. Charleston up on top of West Virginia State, 21-10. Back here in the booth, Stephen Davis, joined by another very special guest making an appearance here at the game today. The commissioner of the Mountain East Conference, Reed Amos, is here. Reed, Big ball game. You got to be here today. Nice. Thanks for making the drive down. This is fun, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Always love getting the opportunity to showcase a couple of our Mountain East Conference institutions, particularly a rivalry game like this, and obviously a pretty entertaining first half that hasn't disappointed so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Good football in this league, and that's bared out in the regional rankings that came out this week. Super Region 1's where you guys are located. 3 schools ranked from your league.
Yeah, we're very excited to see that. Over the last 5 years, we've had 4 Super Region 1 champions, 3 different schools reaching the national semifinals as Super Region 1 champions. So we're very pleased with the depth of our league. Notre Dame College making a run all the way to the semifinals last year, and they're undefeated again this year. But quite a test from newcomer Frostburg coming this afternoon as well. And West Virginia State and Urbana currently would be inside the cut line to make the postseason. And it would be a first time ever for us to have 3 teams make the postseason if that would come to fruition.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be fantastic for the Mountain East and Frostburg State. You mentioned them. They're not in those rankings, moving up to Division II, still ineligible, but a nice addition for your conference as well.
Oh, for sure. Just 2 years ago in Division III, reached the national quarterfinals, and it took stalwart Mountain Union to knock them off that year. So no surprise to us that they would come in and be prepared to compete at the NCAA Division II level. Just don't know if I figured they'd go into November with only 1 loss. They're quite a program, and we're thrilled to have them in the Mountain East. They're a great fit for us.
You mentioned the cut line in the regional rankings. It's 7 that get in. You've been on the football committee. You're part of the championship committee now. Where is the football playoff set up right now with its new home down in Texas for the championship?
Absolutely. Last year, McKinney, Texas was the first year there after a great run in Kansas City. Some changes with the soccer organization there with Sporting KC that led to a need for a move, and McKinney, Texas stepped up for us, and it's a great home for the championship. 3 more years coming in McKinney, Texas as a result of the move. Last year, what an exciting game and a great venue for it, with Valdosta topping Ferris State in that 2-point game, and so we think it's going to be a super home for NCAA Division II for its football championship for years to come.
Should be a lot of excitement. What's going on at the national level, Division II, that would affect the Mountain East Conference in a positive way?
Oh, well, after 4 years on football committee, it's been a pleasure for me, as you mentioned, to transition over to championships committee, but I really enjoy the sport committee involvement of being part of that championship event. So I'll certainly miss that, but something affecting not only the Mountain East, but all of us in NCAA Division II football is a change that we hope is going to significantly reduce travel costs that will allow us to redirect funds toward improving and enhancing the championship, not just football, but other championships overall, as the budget is shared among all of our championship sports by making some changes in the bracketing process. And so now teams are selected the same way, but if you were a 5, 6, or 7 seed at selections, you're unseeded and potentially could go to any venue, and our hope is that will reduce the number of charter flights that would be required, and by doing so, significantly reducing travel costs, which then create funds that we can redirect elsewhere that better serve the student athletes.
That would be a very positive effect for this league, where travel can be a little bit of a bear, but you've got a great league here, great spot. Reed, thanks for being on. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Mountain East Conference Commissioner Reed Amos with us. More coming up. We're at halftime. Charleston on top of West Virginia State, 21-10.
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like, I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time, it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Opportunity to me means doing the things that will make you a better future. I always dreamed of graduating from college. So being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed was paying off. Having an athletic scholarship for the University of Mount Olive was key for my success. I had the opportunity to not only get an education, but be able to develop as an individual.
Before the house, before the office, the late nights and new bosses. Before the last hugs, the wins and the losses. Before building the team, before building yourself. The rise and grinds, all day, every days. Before the letter, before the dream, there was a kid who loved to play. If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Halftime in the Division II Showcase. This rivalry matchup. It's Charleston leading West Virginia State 21-10. We got more coming up. Let's get you set for the second half next.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
From court and lane to lane, under the lights or under the sun. No one delivers Division II sports like NCAA.com. The center of D2 is inside the NCAA.com hub with exclusive highlights of every sport and live broadcasts of every Division II championship found nowhere else. Make NCAA.com yours, the home of Division II college sports.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents didn't have. Being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed for me to get to this point. It was paying off.
Estoy muy orgulloso de Michael por haberse graduado de colegio.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not had a scholarship. It would just relieve a lot of the financial burden.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
This telecast is presented by the NCAA Division II President's Council. Welcome to NCAA Division II, where the pursuit of excellence is yours to create. In Division II, student athletes excel academically, athletically, and in the community for life after graduation. The opportunities are endless. Make it yours. We're ready for half number 2. Stephen Davis, Mark Bo Richter. It'll be West Virginia State getting the football first, down 11. They could use some points here.
They could use some points. As you mentioned, Stephen, down 11. First half didn't exactly go the way they wanted it to, especially defensively. Charleston really dictated the pace of this game, and Tyreek McAllister had a tremendous first half out of the backfield, both receiving and rushing the football for Charleston. But it's an important drive right here for West Virginia State to put something together to get this half started.
Low bouncing kickoff. Nearly mishandled at the 25, but up with it and almost getting away is Kedrick Cunningham. Be right about the 30-yard line where the Yellow Jackets get it to start half number 2. Their offense started to gain some traction late in that first half. Got a touchdown drive, had another drive stall inside the 10, got 3 out of it, then had a nice 2-minute drive, but couldn't quite get into field goal range. A sack hurt.
Yeah, in their last drive where they got the field goal, they got a little cute, tried a little double pass in there. I thought they got a little cute to where they had an opportunity to potentially put up 7 points as opposed to the 3, but was able to start figuring some things out offensively and move the football.
We saw Hensley's numbers for the first half, nearly 200 yards and 31 pass attempts. We've got a flag down on this half opening pass attempt, and that is in the spot where it is usually holding. Our officiating crew has been busy today.
Chop block, number 70. 15-yard penalty.
Well, not a hold, a chop block.
Half the distance.
I feel like every time we have a chop block, I ask you to explain what it is. It's a call that makes sense when you hear the explanation, but you just don't see it called
Correct
every
numbers,
week.
25 and 7. 25 and 7.
And the reason they give 2 numbers, it involves 2 players.
Yeah, usually it's when the running back comes to cut a lineman or a linebacker on a blitz, and the offensive lineman is engaged with him up top, and that's what happened on that play.
So first and forever. Quick throw to Scott. Gets him out across the 20. And takes down a chunk of the yardage. They need to get all the way to the 40, though, here in the next couple plays to keep this drive going. Isaiah Scott, big play guy. Do they try to get him involved a little more this second half, perhaps?
Well, they're still going to spread the football out, Stephen, I think, as the course of this game goes along. It's what they've done all year long offensively. But Isaiah Scott's got to make a couple big plays.
Blitz comes. Hensley hangs in, takes a hit, and made a long throw to the sideline to Dante Jones. Gets only a couple yards. Hensley took a pop.
Well, Charleston's continuing the aggressiveness up front, bringing pressure from the second level in that three-stack style of defense. That time Justin Hall again from the outside.
Third down and 16. Blitz comes, a little screen. And Garmin lost his footing, but made the catch, and it'll cost him 4 or 5 yards.
Steve, you mentioned Garmin making that catch, but losing his footing. This was really well set up by West Virginia State. And if he keeps his feet, he might have had an opportunity in an alley to cut that back inside a little bit. But as it is, they've got to punt it away.
Good rugby kick by Ahlstrom. That'll flip the field position a little bit to the Charleston 40.
Down to the 4-yard line. First down,
Well, the Charleston defense getting the football right back. Quick 3 and out. Now their offense, which really moved the ball well for the most part of that first half, thanks to Tyreek McAllister, takes the field for the first time in half number 2. McAllister Over 200 total yards. Grissel hasn't had to do a ton today. And West Virginia State shuffling a whole new set of players onto the field right before this snap, and they just hand it to McAllister running away from the West Virginia State sideline, and he's out near a first down.
Lots of confusion on West Virginia State's sideline. They were really, really late getting their defense even on the field.
And changing personnel again, trying to get bodies off the field. Didn't get everybody off. Again, it's McAllister. Again, running free. First down and more, and trotting out of bounds inside the 30 with a pickup of 21 yards.
West Virginia State definitely had too many men on the
Illegal
field.
substitution defense. That penalty's declined. Result of the play, first down.
Well, McAllister just adding to his yardage total. 31 yards and a couple handoffs against this West Virginia State defense. The first two plays they've run this half. Yellow Jackets have the right personnel on the field now that they want. And Grissel wants to throw it to Street out of the backfield. Running over defenders. He's near a first down. I mentioned it in the first half. Joe Street is a load to bring down. He will run through the first, maybe even second guy.
Well, Charleston's attacked the flats all day long with their running backs. It was been Tyreek McAllister, but most of the game, but Joe Street delivering a punch.
This time, Street is dragged down.
Charleston running a little bit of tempo offensively here this half on the opening drive.
Up on the ball very quickly and snapping it quickly. Flag down, perhaps offside. Strawn, end zone, touchdown! What a catch by the All-American candidate, Mike Strawn.
There's a penalty flag down on this play, but it's going to be offsides against West Virginia State. And you see the size advantage. Mike Strawn has been quiet all day long so far. It's only one catch coming into this half.
Don't know. Multiple flags, both on the left side, defense, pass interference, defense. Both penalties are declined. Result of the play, touchdown.
17 yards. Grissel to Strawn, his 16th touchdown catch of the year.
Well, and he's working against Kyle Alexander, 6-foot corner, but when you got 6'5" against 6 foot on the outside, you're going to take advantage of that size differential. And Strawn just stayed with it. Big physical wide receiver made a great catch for the touchdown.
McCutcheon perfect on extra points today, 28-10. Well, you talk up guys, you see them in person, and they go make plays. Mike Strawn, as good as it gets.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there? At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have. No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
What are you working for? Do you want to pursue your athletic potential while earning a degree that will benefit you for a lifetime? Do you want to play at the highest level in your sport? Do you want to be a champion? That's what the 12 proud members of the Mountain East Conference are advancing toward every day, providing opportunities and pursuing excellence. The Mountain East Conference.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
That is the statue of Catherine Coleman Goebel Johnson, a native of White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. Went to school here at West Virginia State and then went on to be a researcher for what was eventually NASA and worked for NASA. And if you saw the movie Hidden Figures, you are familiar with her work. She was one of the researchers there and one of the most famous graduates of this great institution. Now Charleston off a touchdown pass to Mike Strawn, kicking it away to West Virginia State. High short kick. They've used a variety of kickoffs. And this is going to be returned, or at least attempted to be returned. A lateral run to the 21-yard line. Fans College Football is celebrating its 150th birthday this year. It started when students from Princeton and Rutgers competed on November 6, 1869. The passion and love for the sport that started that day has carried on for generations. College football has provided educational opportunities, inspired future leaders, and enriched our communities. Follow CFB 150 on social media and visit CFB150.org for more information. That's at CFB 150 on social media and CFB150.org. That anniversary is this week. Hensley throwing first down. Scott open on a nice 10-yard hitch. Takes it across the 35 to the 36. Pickup of 15.
Taking advantage of soft coverage on the outside to Isaiah Scott. Good first down play right here for State. They need to get something going. Has not been a great start here to the first half for the Yellow Jackets. That's a step in the right direction.
West Virginia State perhaps a little quicker tempo on this possession. A flag down immediately on the hit. On the quick throw. As they swung it out towards Barrett.
Holding offense number.
It's a holding call on the wide receiver to the outside, right at the point of attack.
But this league and West Virginia State in particular have been in a ton of close games this year. Every conference game West Virginia State has played has been a tight ball game. Maybe a little shock for them to be down 18 here. Do they start pressing? It's still early third quarter.
Well, we got a lot of time left in this ball game, but they've got to get something going here offensively on this drive. This isn't a make or break necessarily situation right now for them, but they've got to continue to move the ball positively, and that drop right there is not going to help.
Going for Zach Bay. It looked like Hensley maybe changed his mind on a receiver mid-throw there. As you look at the numbers from the Mountain East. Talk about close games. How about this season? 46% of the games. That's all games. Everybody in the league decided by 10 points or less. And all of West Virginia State's games against Mountain East opponents this year by 10 or less.
I think it just goes to show the competitiveness of this league from top to bottom.
Hensley, as the pocket holds up, floating one on the far side. A little too tall for Barrett.
You know, Stephen, one of the things that West Virginia State has gotten away from here late in the first half and now into the second half is their RPO game. It's been straight drop back for Austin Hensley, and it's allowed Charleston to start bringing some additional pressure from their linebacking core and in their secondary. It really disrupted this offense.
Third and quite a ways. Call it 3rd and 20. Hensley has time. Long throw to the near side is complete to Scott. Well, he caught it. He was actually on the sideline. Now the officials are going to get together. One called it a catch. The other called it incomplete. And
I think he ran out of bounds as well, and then was the first guy to touch the football. So there's a penalty flag down. I think it's an illegal touching. It's not really going to matter in this situation, but I believe that's what the call is going to be.
There's no flag on the play. It's an incomplete forward pass. 4th down.
Well, just an incomplete pass. Anytime an official comes running in without their hat on, you know something's up.
So their hat goes off. It's thrown off when a receiver runs out of bounds. It's the official signal for that.
No punt coming. Ahlstrom, high spinning kick. And a fair catch called for and made at the 35-yard line. Charleston getting the football back in the lead, in control of this game. Up 28-10.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back and my dad's like, we have a prodigy. So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. I loved the team. They brought me in like I was one of their own. The professors help out so much. They actually care about developing me, not only so I just memorize the material and able to take a test, but am I able to apply the information. I don't feel nervous asking them, hey, I'm not going to be in class. Can you send me something? And they're completely fine with it and they understand, which is the best part. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do. Be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I'm able to go out and become president of the Student Athletic Advisory Committee. SAC is consistent of like a ton of different backgrounds, and we'll come up with cool ideas for like fundraisings and having the opportunity to raise money for Make-A-Wish and knowing it's going towards a good cause. Not only motivates me, but it motivates the whole community. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
At 28-10, Charleston. Eric McAllister's been the star today for the Golden Eagles. Stephen Davis, Mark Bullrichter with you. You weren't here for our halftime guest, but it was great to talk to Nate Burton, the AD here at West Virginia State, as you see McAllister's numbers, and Reed Amos, the commissioner of this still fairly new Mountain East Conference. Two really good guys, and you have some connections to Reed. He's got this league pointing in the right direction, and a guy who's very active in Division II at the national level, doing some good things for this conference.
Well, extremely active on the National Championships Committee now, and just rolled off, as we heard during halftime, as the chair of the National Football Playoff Committee for Division II. Does a lot of nice work up here for the Mountain East Conference.
McAllister, 11 yards on the first play. He's shown no sign of slowing down in this ballgame. Street is in replacing him. Joe Street, a lot of space and a big gain. 2 handoffs, 2 first downs. Charleston just imposing their will right now.
Well, there's been a lot of space to run all day long, specifically on the edges. Running a little bit of the counter, pulling their tight end, sealing the edge and allowing Street to get to the outside.
A little sweep action. Tremaine Ross coming across on the jet sweep. Gets to the 35, 3 yards.
A little different look that we haven't yet to see today from Charleston on the jet sweep. I love the design of this play.
Something to keep on film for the next couple weeks.
Football's gone to this now. Instead of handing that ball off inside, you just pitch it forward, because if there's a problem with the exchange, it's an incomplete pass.
And McAllister slipping away. That looked like it was going to be no gain. He ended up with 2 yards. But now third down, 3rd and 5 coming up. A chance for this West Virginia State defense to get a stop and get off the field maybe.
Noble Zushala did a nice job in the linebacker position for West Virginia State on the edge, or really setting that edge and not allowing McAllister to get to the outside.
Change of plays coming in from the sideline. McAllister shifts to the quarterback's left. Grissel looking. Short and incomplete. Threw that one low, going for Gordon. And it's 4th down.
Not much of a throwing lane from Grissel to get that ball to Gordon. Had another outlet, and McAllister out on the swing as well.
Parsons is in as the punter here, hanging it up. High short kick. And Pate with a tough fair catch just outside the 5-yard line, up above his head. With 8:21 to go in quarter number 3, and Charleston up
Media timeout.
28-10. Charleston 5-3 on the season, 4-3 in Mountain East play. Short trip over here to West Virginia State today. As we give you an update on the Charleston Golden Eagles. Get to know them a little bit better. Founded in 1888. Love the line at the bottom. Students from 41 states and 41 countries. And you can't miss their football stadium right on the highway.
No, you can't miss it. Private institution here in Charleston, West Virginia. That is a great piece at the bottom, though. If you look at pulling students from 41 states and 41 different countries, it's really impressive.
They have been impressive on the football field today as well. Pat Kirkland's squad has been a first half team a lot of this year. They're plus 40 coming into today in the first quarter, plus 15 in the second quarter. And I don't want to say they've had trouble finishing games, but they're minus 18 in fourth quarters this year. And West Virginia State has been a fourth quarter team. Well, Pat Kirkland wanting his group, especially his defense, when you've got a double-digit lead, to keep this thing right there and not have to make this interesting in the fourth quarter. We'll see if they can get that done.
Yeah, you mentioned they've been a first half team, and they came out of the gate well today also. And you know, you've kind of got to keep your foot on the gas pedal if you're Charleston right here. Offensively, not able to do anything that last drive, but defensively here, get another stop, play the field position game a little bit. You got the great punt. The ball's going to be at the 5-yard line. Maybe try to take advantage of a turnover. We saw a pick 6 that got called back for Charleston in the first half because of a penalty. So the opportunity is there for them to break this one open.
And Pat Kirkland's done a nice job at UC. Worked on the staff of the West Virginia Mountaineers for 3 different head coaches before taking over this program. Very young when he got the job there. As that throw a little bit behind Scott will bring up second down.
Austin Hensley really hasn't looked all that comfortable here in the second half throwing the football. Not a lot of separation from his receivers either for him to be able to find a window.
Handing it off that time. Getting 5 yards, it'll set up a manageable third down. In the second half, you can see a difference just in body language of these teams. You can guess which side has more confidence just based on the scoreboard. Big third down here for West Virginia State. And a tough throw and a big-time catch. Hanging on to it somehow, A.J. Barrett. Man, oh man. And he pops right up, and he's going to get his sideline fired up. That might be what they need.
Well, they need something, and this might do it because Reggie Collins absolutely comes in and makes a tremendous hit with his shoulder. That's a legal hit. But a great job by A.J. Barrett to hang tough with this, concentrate on the football, know when you're going to get hit, and move the chains for your team.
Well, Barrett's an energy guy. He may have gotten him fired up with the reaction after that play, and now a first down run as a hole opens up for Carl Garman. And suddenly some life on the state sideline and in the stands.
Well, nice job by Garman right here, finding the little crease in the offensive line. He's not a big guy at 5'7", 175. Can fit through that hole. And State has some life, Stephen.
Hensley throwing incomplete. Here comes the flags. We're going to get pass interference. Kedrick Cunningham was interfered with, it appeared.
And this is what I was mentioning, getting back to their RPO game. A big catch opens it up for the big running play. Now that running game becomes a threat. You can run your RPO game with that run pass option. We saw it right here, and that's exactly what happened. You get the pass interference call because the defensive back feels like it's a run, even though you're throwing it to your wide receiver.
Spot foul moves it to midfield, but it is an automatic first down. This is not a spot, again, to repeat that West Virginia State's been a lot this year, down 18. John Pennington's big on staying in the moment. His mantra is win the moment. His guys try to do that right now, and a great one-handed catch by Light. That'll move the chains for a first down, 16 yards there.
This is a great catch, working against Kai Beckham, and Kai Beckham beats him to the ball. We saw him in the first half step in front right there, with Ty Light staying with it. One-handed catch and moving the chains.
Now to Pate with blockers. Pushed back and knocked out, but West Virginia State moving the football, matriculating it down the field, if you will.
Well, Austin Hensley is starting to look a little bit more comfortable. I mentioned just at the start of this drive, he did not look comfortable. They're back in a rhythm now offensively. I know some positive plays will do that for you, for your confidence, but they are back in a rhythm offensively here.
Hensley feeling it. Blitz picked up. Slides out, throws a little off target. Trying to drop it to the back, Lucas. And now they're faced with a big third down, although could be 4-down territory here, but they'll only worry about that if they don't pick this one up.
Charleston's doing some nice work on defense with Keon Freeman. I've been impressed with him from a linebacker position on pressures and his pass rush moves against the offensive lineman.
Scott across the middle. Dragged down right away on the catch, the 25. They're going to be a yard short of the first down. This is almost an automatic go for it, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, and here comes the jumbo package.
Swap some personnel.
When you're down 28-10 at this point, you've got momentum on your side on this drive. You have to go for this.
The fullback, Jones, will take the snap. They've got the backup guard, Ellswick, to block for him, and Jones powers forward, has the yardage, but on the far side, the official has called a penalty.
Prior to the snap, ball start, 77, offense. 5-yard penalty, remains fourth down.
It's the right tackle, Mylan Howard. And that changes the scenario dramatically. 4th and 6 now.
Well, it's 4th and 6 now, but it doesn't change your call.
It gets the regular offensive personnel back onto the field, though. And we'll put it in the hands of the senior Hensley. 2 receivers split each way. Need to get to the 24-yard line. Pressure comes. Hensley delivers. Knocked down, incomplete. Charleston takes over on downs, and Hensley is down as well, slow to his feet.
Well, Charleston went man-to-man defense, dialing up the pressure on 4th down. And again, it's Keon Freeman coming off your edge at the top of the screen, along with Kenjay Rose. That shot, nowhere for Hensley really to set his feet and get the football delivered. And Charleston takes over on down.
Hensley, who's dealt with a couple of season-ending injuries previously in his career, a bit shaken up. Hopefully, he'll be good to return. Right now, it's Grissel and the Charleston offense, getting it in the hands of Xavion Gordon, and he runs it past the marker. Pickup of 11, a first down.
Now, if you're West Virginia State, your defense has to make a stand here. No, you just gave up a quick first down, but you've got to make a stand and get this football back for your offense.
Still 5 minutes to go, third quarter in this one. McAllister having a huge day. Upended after 7 yards. Second and 3. Grissel gonna launch one. Gordon with a step on the defender. Incomplete. And Gordon begging for a flag. Mr. Former wide receiver, do you agree?
Well, there's always defensive pass interference in my mind as a former wide receiver. I mean, this is close. It's really close as the defensive back goes towards his legs with that ball just out of his reach. I think that's a good no call by the officials, though, in that situation.
Third down. Street, first down. Street inside the State 40.
McAllister's had the giant day so far for Charleston, but Street's having a nice day as well. With a two-headed monster in the backfield.
Back to McAllister. It's become the Charleston offense, just wearing down this West Virginia State defense. They had a couple sustained drives in the first half, and they've started to pound them with the ground game a lot in this second half. Sweep action. McAllister, patient, nowhere to go. Krauser got through there and got him down after only a yard.
Well, good pursuit by Krauser. They pulled the guard and tackle. Charleston did to try to get to the outside, but Krauser able to come up underneath the blocks and make that play. Stephen, you mentioned, though, Charleston really going to the ground game here in the second half. They really started at the end of the first half. The ability to move the ball on the ground, take some extra time off the clock, and now with the 28-10 lead, you can do the same.
Grissel rolling weak side. Now sets up, reverses course, gets by a defender. He's going to run. He's got a first down and steps out of bounds. Brant Grissel looking like a gazelle.
Well, I love how they're going to move the pocket here on the delayed rollout, but this is great coverage in the secondary. There's no way where for Grissel to go with the football. And then just uses his athletic ability to escape, contain, pick up the first down and more.
A pretty good football player in Jake Harms, the senior rush end that was in the backfield and had a shot at him.
But by moving the pocket to the right-hand side, all of the pursuit and all the backers had flowed that direction. So once he broke contain to the left, there was nobody out there. And Brant Grissel able to make some moves and play with his legs.
Another injury that would really hurt West Virginia State. Kendall Robinson, the nose tackle, who's been a big part of their defense today, is down and being looked at. Saw the quarterback Hensley go out during the last drive as They continue to attend to him on the sideline. Now Robinson, who would be one of the leaders of their defense. It's the last thing John Pennington and company need right now, is trying to find other bodies.
You never want to see guys down on the field, but this is an opportunity, I think, right here, though, still.
And you see on the sideline, it's the backup quarterback, Donovan Riddick, getting loose. That would make you think he's coming into the ball game. Hensley might not be returning.
Well, certainly does. Again, injuries are a part of this game. You never want to see a player down on the field, but if you're West Virginia State here, it may give your defense a little bit of a breather. Not that this is a positive, but after the big third down conversion right there by Charleston, a timeout that you can kind of regroup here a little bit and discuss some things.
Gives Grissel a chance to catch his breath as well. Ran quite a ways. Roll out to one side, run all the way back to the other and down the sideline, and Robinson slowly making his way off under his own power, though, which is a good sign. You see the knee brace on that left knee. He's gone through some injury issues before. What goes through the mind of a guy who's dealt with a big-time injury before, and then you're down on the field and that training staff comes out to talk to you again?
Well, it's heartbreak is what it is, really, as a player. It's frustrating. We hope he's all right.
That's his head coach showing the relationship they have, helping him off the field. Big man making his way to the sideline. ACL coming back from that, and we wish all the best to Kendall Robinson right now. Back to action. Charleston 1st and 10 at the state 19. McAllister decides to pop it out wide. Manages to get a couple yards out of it. Tried to turn it into a track meet.
Well, he's got the speed and quickness to get to the outside, but a nice job right there by the Yellow Jackets of pursuing and not letting him get completely outside and break contain.
And Street is in, powering through to the 10.
It's a first down, Steven, so 1st and goal here for Charleston.
Just enough to get it. Street stays in as the running back. Right up the middle. Look at that push from the offensive line. Goes as a 4-yard run for Street, but that's the line doing the work. There was 2 or 3 yards from the line of scrimmage just for him to move forward.
Well, the big boys up front for Charleston are really wearing down the Yellow Jacket defense right now. You're going to see the push up front, center getting to the second level. And Joe Street finding a little bit of real estate to work.
Charleston trying to finish a drive. Their backup quarterback, Guy Myers, is in, and he runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Charleston. Myers with the touchdown run in at QB, and it's 34-10.
Well, straight quarterback power to the right-hand side. You see the tight end, Mason Caulfield, coming across the formation to get the block. Using Guy Myers with the quarterback power for the touchdown.
Myers holds for the extra point. McCutcheon knocks it through. 35-10. Everything in the run game working right now for Charleston. Well, this is the team that leads the league in pass yards.
Well, they lead the league in passing yards, but they're getting it done on the ground today, Stephen. Again, good blocking up front by their offensive line, and right now it's just a matter of the West Virginia State defense is fatigued, specifically up front. Kendall Robinson just went out 2 plays ago with the knee injury. And Charleston taking advantage of that, running the football on that scoring drive.
Grissel giving way to his backup for that touchdown run, although Grissel had a nice run on the drive as well on 3rd down. We'll see what the quarterback situation is now for West Virginia State as they'll get the ball back. If Hensley can return, or if they'll have to turn to Riddick on a full-time basis. Very impressive first 3 quarters by the visitors. From down the road in the city of Charleston. Very short kick. Taken at the 25. Did the ball come out? Charleston saying it did and that they have it. Officials will go extrapolate and unpile.
There were a lot of big hits that happened. There was a big collision right there.
It's a yellow jacket that comes up with the football. At the end of everything, Isaac Howard, who was the returner, came out of the pile with the football, so that's not going to be a turnover. Division II provides more than 119,000 student athletes with the opportunity to compete at a high level of scholarship athletics while excelling in the classroom and through community engagement. Learn about Division II's Life in the Balance philosophy at ncaa.org/D2. It is a new quarterback for West Virginia State, Donovan Riddick, throwing complete to Isaiah Scott, who takes a pop near a 1st down. Scott gets right up, though, and goes and has a few words for the Charleston DBs.
Well, I like this call, though. Quick, easy pitch and catch to get your backup quarterback.
A freshman in Riddick.
Some confidence to start. A nice, easy throw out to the outside to Isaiah Scott for a 1st down.
It was only Riddick's 12th pass attempt of the season. He's more of a running style quarterback. Handing off Dylan Lucas. 3 yards. Final 45 seconds of the 3rd quarter.
Well, as a play caller here with your backup quarterback in, you've got to run things you feel comfortable with him within the confines of your normal offense.
This is not his first appearance today. He took a couple snaps earlier in the game, one in a running situation on a 3rd down, and another when they tried a trick play. Near side, Pate tried to elude Devon Witt, but Witt gets him out of bounds. A couple yards short of the 1st down. It's 3rd and 2 coming up.
Third and 2, another high percentage throw, though, for Riddick. Short little out route to Pate. Stephen, they got to be thinking about 4-down territory here as well.
They'll have a little extra time to think about it. 3rd quarter is done.
It's the end of the 3rd quarter.
We'll move to quarter number 4. Charleston handling the first 3, leading 35-10 in the Division II showcase.
You have dreams.
A better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there? At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have. No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
What are you working for? Do you want to pursue your athletic potential while earning a degree that will benefit you for a lifetime? Do you want to play at the highest level in your sport? Do you want to be a champion? That's what the 12 proud members of the Mountain East Conference are advancing toward every day, providing opportunities and pursuing excellence. The Mountain East Conference.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
I knew that there was an opportunity to have my college paid for if I was good enough to play baseball at that level. That was going to make a big difference in my family. D2 baseball gave me an opportunity to play at a high level and to get an education that's going to be valuable for me throughout the rest of my life. I chose to take my experience of being a student athlete and pursue that within my career and to get a master's degree. If I wouldn't have had a baseball scholarship, there'd be no chance that I'm doing what I'm doing today.
On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And Charleston with a 35-10 lead. We go to the fourth quarter. And it is third down for West Virginia State, embarking on a very important drive here if they're harboring comeback hopes for this fourth quarter. With the backup quarterback Riddick in the game, Hensley left with an injury. Riddick will run, and Burrows for the first down, pickup of 2, move the chains. And look who's trotting onto the field, Mark. It is the starting quarterback, Austin Hensley, coming out. Riddick will go to the bench. Well, Hensley was
After
throwing.
The play, a dead ball, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 54, defense. 15-yard first down.
Hensley and the Yellow Jackets get a little help there, but how about Hensley? He was seated on the bench for quite a while after coming out of the game, getting hit hard. It looked like he landed on his right shoulder when they hit him. Looked like he wasn't going to return. He tried to throw a couple times on the sideline, and he said, hey, I'm good enough, and I'm a senior. If I feel like I can get out there, I want to go. And John Pennington puts him back in there. You saw the 46 pass attempts today. Wanted number 47 there, but forgot to hold on to the football. Loss of 7.
Yeah, they were looking at his right shoulder the last series or two. This fumble right here had nothing to do with his shoulder. This ball just slipped out of his hand. But he's a warrior. We mentioned before, a couple season-ending injuries here in his career at West Virginia State.
After going to West Virginia as a walk-on initially out of high school. Complete on that pass, going to Scott. John Pennington told us the thing I'm most happy with Hensley this year is that he's healthy and getting a chance to finally play a full season. A scary moment today as he goes out, but back in there now. An important third down here, 3rd and 8. Coach helping signal in the plays. How many head coaches do that besides him? Blitz picked up. Hensley will roll out and get rid of it. 4th down. Pursuit on the edge from Zafir Muhammad.
Well, Charleston had 7 guys in coverage. Nowhere to go with the football for Hensley. So to throw that ball away.
Well, you'd say a senior quarterback is a guy you need on the field, but this is the guy they really need on the field. He's the team leader. He's their coach on the field during the week who's getting on guys. And right now he and some of his teammates trying to make a play on this 4th down. They need to get down near the 20-yard line. And Hensley will take a shot for the end zone. He's got Ty Light wide open. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets. I think that arm's okay.
A little bit of confusion in the secondary. Cornerback Jeremy Bell actually followed the post route to the inside. Little switch to the outside. And Ty Light was wide open, Stephen, in the end zone.
6 on the board. Hensley to Light. 29 yards. Extra point good for Ahlstrom. Hensley maybe still in some pain. He's not smiling a whole lot on that sideline. Here's how Light got open.
Yeah, the switch release, a little bit of confusion right there. Kind of a natural rub on the wheel route. We saw the defensive backs after the fact talking about it. But Ty Light wide open. And how about Austin Hensley coming back after the injury, delivering a strike? Those are some of the most difficult balls to complete for a quarterback when your wide receiver is that wide open. You just don't want to overthrow him and you don't want to underthrow him and allow the coverage to catch up. But Hensley stepped up and put that ball right where it needed to be.
21st touchdown pass of his senior season. Second one to Light.
Charleston's got a lot of guys up near the kick line here, expecting a potential onside kick.
It's going to be a threat this whole 4th quarter. If West Virginia State is kicking the football. Figure at this point they have nothing to lose, right? A lot of Golden Eagles. 10 of them in your screen. And they'll kick it deep. A little too deep. It trickles into the end zone. And Charleston will have it at the 25. Get you caught up on Division II. 310 members from 23 conferences in 44 states around the country, plus in countries Canada and the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico. And most importantly, Division II student athletes graduate at a higher rate than the general student body. As we mentioned today, 25 NCAA championships. Partnerships with great organizations like Make-A-Wish, Team Impact, and military organizations. Tyreek McAllister, 260 yards of offense today. 204 on the ground, 56 catching the football. He's the back behind Brant Grissel. 3 touchdowns as well for McAllister. And get it to him on first down. 5 yards. Make it 265 today for McAllister. That is a day and a half right there.
Well, he's having an offensive day, and it started early with the focus put on Michael Straw, on the wide receiver on the outside, who's been limited to 2 catches today. One of those is for a touchdown, but it's opened up the running game for Charleston.
Now Street, the backup running back, did step out of bounds, although he tried to keep going. It's not a guy who wants to step out of bounds. He is seeking out contact. He's from Logan, West Virginia, senior. He's over 60 yards rushing today. 3rd and a yard. Can State get him off the field and get the football back? Street. First down. Two yards to the 36.
3rd and short situations are just too tough to stop right now for West Virginia State. Charleston's offensive line has done a tremendous job all day long getting pushed. We saw that earlier on the touchdown, right before the touchdown, and then you couple that with this 235-pound back and Joe Street coming right at you, who falls forward almost every time he carries the football, and his power and his legs, you're going to convert that.
Back to him. It's by the initial hit. There is a flag down in the backfield. 10-yard run might be coming back.
Holding, offense number 60. 10-yard penalty, repeat first down.
It's on the center, Moses Talibert.
First and 20 now. Street still in at running back. Dancing a little bit. Gets upfield. Gets 8.5 yards.
If you're Charleston right here, that holding penalty hurts you, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't, Stephen. It happened on first down. No, backs you up 10 yards, but the clock continues to run for you, so you're able to take some more time off the clock. We got a lot of time left here in the fourth quarter, right at 11 minutes to go. But they're in the mode right now, up 35-17, that they'll take as much time off the clock as they possibly can. And now you're at 2nd and 11.
And in no hurry to run a new play. Clock and play clock ticking. Street hitting the backfield. Powers forward for a couple yards. Now 3rd and long, though. And if State can get a stop, they'll get the football back. Try to inch a little bit closer. Home fans up and making some noise.
Well, this is the stop right here that West Virginia State needs on defense in order to stay in this football game. This 3rd and 9 is going to be huge for them.
And Charleston's going to use a timeout.
Timeout. Charleston.
Pat Kirkland wanting to give his
They're
offense
first.
every chance to get in the right play here because he knows a first down takes at least 2 more minutes off the clock.
Well, it certainly does, and this is an opportunity right here for West Virginia State to get a stop and get the ball back. You got Austin Hensley, who's come back after the injury, back in leading your offense. Your offense is starting to click a little bit more with him running it here in the second half. This is a really important 3rd down opportunity right here for the Yellow Jacket defense.
Ball probably in the air here.
I would think it would be. It's 3rd and 9. Unless you're looking at a draw to Tyreek McAllister. That play's been money for them all afternoon as well.
That got them their first touchdown. That was a 61-yarder back in the opening quarter.
Especially if you're expecting West Virginia State to bring some pressure here. And here they come.
Blitz comes. Grissel slides this way and throws it away. West Virginia State gets their stop.
Charleston went back to the play in the little arrow route to Tyreek McAllister, and that's where Grissel wants to go with this ball. Coming out of the backfield, you see him on the right-hand side of your screen. But the pressure, he feels the pressure up in front of him, can't set his feet to get the football to McAllister and has to roll out and throw it away. So credit West Virginia State's defense bringing extra pressure, forcing Grissel from the pocket and making Charleston punt the football back.
West Virginia State likes to be aggressive on punt blocks. It's a low snap. Fallen on at the 19. West Virginia State will have superb field position. Momentum has moved back to the home team, even though they're still down by 18. They just scored the last time they had it. They get a stop, and they get it back in prime scoring position. They might have been bringing some heat here, but never had a chance. That snap was low to start.
Right at the feet of the punter. Does the wise thing of just falling on it.
Hensley take a shot to the far side. Scott diving. Touchdown State. My goodness, Isaiah Scott laying out for the highlight reel catch.
What a catch by number 13, Isaiah Scott. And an effort to go get this football.
Very important PAT is on the money. It's an 11-point game. Hey, don't go anywhere. These guys are still eating. West Virginia State, 19 yards. Hensley to Scott. What a grab. Still in it.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Before the house, before the office, the late nights and new bosses. Before the last hugs, the wins and the losses. Before building the team, before building yourself, the rise and grinds, all day, every days. Before the letter, before the dream, there was a kid who loved to play. If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades.
Oh, Isaiah Scott, what a grab on the 19-yard touchdown after the low snap on the punt set West Virginia State up in a great spot, and Scott made it pay off on the throw to the far side.
We'll give credit to West Virginia State's defense, first of all, on the third down. The stop, you get an opportunistic play with the low snap to the punter, and then Isaiah Scott having a day, 12 catches, just close to 180 yards, and that touchdown. What a tremendous individual effort to leap and grab that ball.
It's a quiet 12 for 179. The last one, darn loud, though. Well, don't go away, as we said. It's an 11-point game. What is it? Almost every game in the Mountain East comes down to the fourth quarter. 10 points or less. We're at 11 right now. West Virginia State has not played a league game decided by more than 10 points this year. They're not planning on starting today. Still 9:57 to go. They're up expecting an onside kick. That one sent deep and trickles into the end zone. You want to see this catch one more time?
I would love to see this catch one more time. And watch this throw by Austin Hensley to the outside. Where only his guy can go get it. And more importantly, Isaiah Scott went and got it, Stephen. Just a tremendous individual effort at a time when they needed it for the score. And the wide receivers are having a good time on the sideline.
Hensley taking a hit as well. So a guy who got knocked out earlier with an injury, came back in the middle of the next drive, and he's thrown 2 touchdown passes since coming back in. This was a 25-point game just moments ago. Grissel wants to throw it on first down, dropping it off. And the big tight end rumbling across the 40-yard line, Marquise Morgan. Nice little changeup thrown by the UC offensive staff.
It was a tremendous changeup thrown by the offensive staff at UC. We haven't seen the tight ends that involved at all today for them, mostly in a blocking capacity. Great play call at the right time to sneak him out of the backfield. Uncovered.
And they're still not in a hurry offensively, nor should they be. Play call came in a long time ago. McAllister, huge day and adding to it. First down into state territory. Well, if you're going to come back in the fourth quarter, as West Virginia State has, 5 of their 6 wins this year have been fourth quarter comebacks. If you're going to come back, you need to be getting stops. Charleston here, 2 plays, 2 first downs this drive.
Well, 2 plays, 2 first downs. And again, Tyreek McAllister doing work on the outside. Right off the edge, no contain from West Virginia State. But Stephen, as you mentioned, West Virginia State's got to bow back here, be a bend but don't break type of defense and make a play.
Couple new looks from the UC offense this drive. Now McAllister knifing through the middle. Has 9 yards. We can talk about the senior quarterback Grissel here working this clock, but credit the senior left tackle Austin Ringel as well. He's standing up watching the play clock. He's not going down into his stance until he lets the quarterback know it's okay to snap it. Clock management doesn't usually fall on the left tackle.
No, but those big guys love an opportunity to get a little bit more rest in between plays as well.
Well, look at Ringel. Until he says we're good to go, he won't go down into his stance. Everybody else stayed up a little bit that time. Now this is Street at running back, has the first down, plenty more. Great blocking down the field. He's still going inside the 10, near the 5. He's a load, but he's got a little speed as well.
Well, Charleston answering back after the touchdown catch by Isaiah Scott on this drive. And they're doing it on the ground. And Joe Street in space. And then watch him right here run through some tackles. Taking this ball down to the 6-yard line.
There's Ringel, the left tackle. Okay, now they can snap it. He's gone down to his stance. He's got the rest of the line joining him now. Street up the middle. Street, end zone, touchdown, got it across. A huge answer by UC right down the field, 75 yards in just a couple minutes. And it's 41-24. All the momentum's on the other side, and their offense comes out and in just a handful of plays goes right down the field. McCutcheon has been perfect today on extra points and remains so. 42-24. Joe Street polishing this one off.
Immediate timeout.
With his first touchdown of the day.
You have dreams.
better life, a better job, a better you.
So where do you start to build the skills necessary to get there? At West Virginia State, you are not just a number, you are who you choose to be.
You receive personal attention from award-winning faculty.
You study in nationally recognized programs.
You learn the skills that will get you the job you know you can have. No matter where you want to go
or what you want to do,
it starts at State.
What are you working for? Do you want to pursue your athletic potential while earning a degree that will benefit you for a lifetime? Do you want to play at the highest level in your sport? Do you want to be a champion? That's what the 12 proud members of the Mountain East Conference are advancing toward every day, providing opportunities and pursuing excellence. The Mountain East Conference.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents didn't have. Being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed for me to get to this point. It was paying off.
Estoy muy orgulloso de Michael por haberse graduado de colegio.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not had a scholarship. It would just relieved a lot of the financial burden.
Earl Lloyd, significant figure here at West Virginia State, back to their NAIA days, and a significant figure in the history of basketball as well.
Well, he is the first black player to play in the National Basketball Association in the NBA, right here from West Virginia State University.
It's about as significant as it gets. An impressive drive by Charleston, a quick drive by Charleston. Right down the field, on the ground, except for one pass. And now they'll kick it away, and well, they just pluck it out of the air. And the return out across the 40 with a late flag coming in on that return for West Virginia State. Markeith White, a linebacker, pretty good hands.
Number 20.
Here's the call.
Personal foul, blindside block on the return. Penalty. First down.
For the second straight year, the Lone Star Conference will host the 2019 NCAA Division II Football Championship. It's December 21st at McKinney Independent School District Stadium in McKinney, Texas. Tickets will be available at ncaa.com. That is a spectacular facility in the Lone Star State.
Brand new stadium a year or two ago.
I heard MEC Commissioner Reed Amos at halftime. They're Division II, thrilled to be down there right now. Hensley over the middle. Short pass to Cunningham. They need to move the ball. They need to move it quickly here.
Well, they do need to move it quickly, have some tempo, sustain a drive here, and get a touchdown.
Hensley off his back foot, nearly intercepted. Not once, but twice. Jeremy Bell was the corner going back on it. Safety Devon Witt coming up as well.
A little miscommunication. Austin Hensley thinks his receiver, oh, he had one actually fall down. So he was trying to throw the corner route to Ty Light. Got his feet tangled up or slipped and fell. And Jeremy Bell almost came up with that interception.
Third down. Light on the in route. Has it across the 40. Moving his way forward to the 43.
That's all West Virginia State has to do right now, Stephen, is just continue to play in rhythm you've got to have a sense of urgency as time is against you right now. But just keep moving the chains.
Hensley will try to throw that one away, but he's picked off. Key Beckham had a pick six called back earlier because of a penalty, but he's got that one. And Charleston has the football back.
Well, Austin Hensley's thrown a couple of picks today, and they've both been ill-advised throws. This one, he's just trying to throw this ball away, but doesn't have enough on it to get it to the sideline. You wonder if that shoulder injury had something to do with his velocity to get that out there. And Key Beckham right where he needs to be, making a play.
Well, Beckham had that first pick today called back. Senior from Trotwood, Ohio, the MEC Defensive Player of the Week last week. With a big pick here late in the fourth. McAllister, my goodness, finds some space, pops it to the sideline, 20-plus yard run before he's pushed out of bounds, and a late flag comes in. Tyreek McAllister has been the maestro today for UC. We talk about the line blocking.
Personal foul, late hit out of bounds. Number 14, half the distance to the goal, first down.
Tyreek McAllister is nearing 300 yards of total offense on the day. Getting into the second level, but then
timeout,
picking up some blocks downfield. Those receivers playing just as much a part as the offensive line today. Once they get to that second and third level, we saw the late hit, just the extra push out of bounds. As frustration now setting in for West Virginia State.
It's the line blocking, it's the receivers blocking downfield, and it's McAllister with some quickness, some speed, and some nifty moves around defenders. West Virginia State spending the timeout here. This might be about them wanting to regroup mentally as much as anything right now. Talk about that frustration. It's a third-year coach trying to build a program. This is an important game today, but it's more about the next couple games this year and the next couple years as well here today.
I know they came into this game ranked number 5 in Super Region 1, the first regional poll here in Division 2 that came out on Monday. And if this game continues as it is, it's going to be a disappointing loss for West Virginia State. But he's got this program, Stephen, going in the right direction. It has not been a strong program traditionally from the football standpoint, and he has certainly made them relevant.
Plenty of tradition on the other side, though, in the Charleston football program. McAllister here, down to the 10. They have had some very bright moments in their football history, including a playoff appearance in 2015 when they went 10-1 and finished ranked 15th in the country. McAllister still looks like he's got plenty of juice. A guy with 300 all-purpose yards, give or take. He has had plenty of speed every time they've handed him the football. So is his backup, Street. Takes 4 Yellow Jackets to get him slowed down. A little short of the marker. 3rd and about 1 coming up. Well, Pat Kirkland has to be thrilled today with how his guys have played. Really both sides of the football.
No, both sides of the ball have had a tremendous day today. I think the thing that's been, we knew coming into this game, Stephen, they had a high-powered offense. It was a lot of it was through the air. But they've really taken advantage today scheme-wise, especially early on with Tyreek McAllister, getting him out into routes out of the backfield. I know he's done a ton of damage on the ground, but they really have been extremely balanced today and really been able to dictate the pace of this game. And offensively, outside of their first drive of the game where they went 3 and out, have really been able to take it to West Virginia State.
Alistair tackled there by the 7-yard line. But they're going to leave the offense on the field for this 4th down play. They'll actually bring the backup quarterback into the ball game. Guy Myers, who ran for a touchdown earlier. 4th down, we're under 4 minutes to go. Myers, left side. Stopped short. West Virginia State got some penetration, and they'll get off the field. Krauser and Harms in the backfield, along with Zuschla. Stop for the Jackets. But time running short. They take over at the 6. Hensley over the middle, tipped, picked off. Quinard Thomas. Quinard Thomas, smelling 6, has a touchdown. Bedlam on the UC sideline. They do get their pick 6.
Well, they had one taken back early in the first half due to a penalty. This ball just, when it gets tipped up in the air over the middle of the field like that, is just a disaster waiting to happen for the offense. Not Hensley's fault. Ball just a little bit out of the reach of his wide receiver. When that ball gets tipped up in the air, it's anybody's football. And Quinard Thomas all over it and then smelled the end zone.
He was going to find a way to get to the end zone there. He was looking for a hole and discovered one as he looped it back to his right. It's 49-24. Thanks to a Quinard Thomas pick 6.
Media timeout.
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
From court to court and lane to lane, under the lights or under the sun, no one delivers Division II sports like NCAA.com. The center of D2 is inside the NCAA.com hub with exclusive highlights of every sport and live broadcasts of every Division II championship found nowhere else. Make NCAA.com yours, the home of Division II college sports.
Unmatched passion, unrelenting power. This trophy is not given, it must be earned. The NCAA Division II Football Championship. December 21st at McKinney ISD Stadium in McKinney, Texas.
Touchdown! Unbelievable catch!
Visit ncaa.com/tickets to get your tickets today.
Impressive performance today by Pat Kirkland's football team. They're up 25 again. Second time today they've led by 25. They were up 35-10, gave up a couple touchdowns. They've answered with 2 of their own to all but put this one on ice. Low rolling kick, Isaac Howard. 40-yard line, hit hard. State will take over there. Well, impressions today for you, Mark, of West Virginia State and where they go for the last couple ball games after today.
Well, Stephen, it's been a frustrating day for them offensively, just not been able to have some consistency, throughout the course of the game. They've played well enough offensively to win this game. Defensively, they just wore down. Charleston really took it to them, really outflanked them early on schematically. With their offensive sets and their motions to McAllister and the way they got the ball to McAllister early.
Drop it off on a little screen pass. Garman. Well, check that. That's Taylor Carter, a freshman in for the first time at running back, taking it all the way inside the Charleston 35.
But Stephen, where they're ranked right now, 5th in the region, they're going to drop a little bit after today, right? But they're still an outside shot. They've got that showdown coming the last week of the season with Notre Dame. They come into this season 6-2, but in the region they're 6-1 because their second loss came to Southeast Missouri State. So that doesn't count in the regional rankings as they look at the standings.
Exactly.
So there's still an opportunity here for West Virginia State to possibly stay or get back up into the 7th, into the top 7 teams within the region to make the playoffs.
Explain that for folks, how the regional rankings don't take some of the games into account like that.
Well, when you're playing a Division I institution that Southeast Missouri State is, those games they count toward your record, but not toward the regional rankings, which is just within NCAA Division II in terms of how they factor that in with the formula.
Over the middle, picked off the deflection. Another pick for Charleston, their 3rd here in the 4th quarter. Still going, Ryan Perry. He's still on his feet and finally upended. Hensley gets him down at the 39.
So not all is lost yet in their potential to make the playoffs. This definitely hurts if you're West Virginia State, but still an opportunity for you.
Party on the sideline. There are the Super Region 1 rankings coming into this week. You'd think Charleston with a win, 6-3, they'd start to get some consideration to move into those 10, wouldn't they?
They might have got points. The 3rd loss really hurts them, though, in this situation when you look at it. You've got Urbana right there within the league at number 7. Shepherd at 6-2. Tiffin at 7-1. A lot of football yet to be played here over the next 2-3 weeks to decide all of this, but this is not an end-all be-all with this loss that West Virginia State couldn't climb back in, especially if they're able to beat Notre Dame the last week of the season.
Charleston will look to finish this one off, presumably on the ground. Getting a 3rd running back into the game, Josh Brown. As we'll tick down to and then under 2 minutes to go in this one. We talked about where West Virginia State goes. How about Charleston? Obviously, this is a big one, a momentum builder, a road win over a rival and a team they've battled with the last couple years, but an impressive performance today. They should have some good feelings going forward.
Well, I think you got to have great feelings going forward. Number one, you've got bragging rights over this rivalry. And it's really been a one-sided rivalry in terms of win-loss record, but that was before John Pennington got here to West Virginia State. But you got the bragging rights. You feel good about where you're at, I think, moving into the next couple weeks of the season. Remember, Stephen, this Charleston team lost 8 starters from a year ago to graduation defensively. So they're kind of reloading, hoping to make another run here in a year or two back into the playoffs.
A couple guys off last year's squad in the NFL right now. John Kaminsky was a 4th-round pick of the Falcons, a defensive end, and Kazan Daniels, who played defensive end for Charleston, an outside linebacker, signed with Tampa Bay. He's on their practice squad, and a great story. Partially blind in his right eye. their defense has produced quite a few guys playing in the pros. It's a good base, good program over there, turning out some guys to the next level.
Well, they certainly are. You know, losing 8 starters from a year ago, I know we're sitting here. Really, as you look at this in week 9 and their defense coming together, but it's a big blow off of their team from a year ago to lose 8 defensive starters. But today it's been all about their offense. It really has. Their offense has really done what it wanted to do when it wanted to do it in terms of execution throughout the course of this game.
Golden Eagles will need one more snap here, and if they handle it right, it could end the ball game. About a 3-second difference, game clock and play clock. And they're actually going to let it run as far down as possible and take the 5-yard penalty.
Number 15 defense. Penalty. Remains 4th down.
And then have the final snap to run the last 2 seconds off. Got to make sure the full 2 seconds elapse before anybody hits the ground, right?
Yeah, you still got to make sure this fully goes out all the way. So you're going to get in your shotgun set here, pistol formation. Most of these spread teams do the victory formation now. Wait for a second and then go to a knee.
There it is. That does it. Charleston improves to 6-3 on the season, 5-3 in Mountain East play, a 49-24 road win over their rivals from West Virginia State, with the Yellow Jackets falling to 6-3 overall, 6-2 in conference play. Well, we need to pick a player of the game.
I'm going to go with number 4, Tyreek McAllister, if that's all right with you, Stephen.
Really?
What a tremendous game this young man had for Charleston.
Division II gives student athletes the unique opportunity to compete in the classroom, on the field, in their community, for their causes, and most importantly, on their terms. This is NCAA Division II football. Make it yours. And our player of the game for today is, Tyreek McAllister.
What a tremendous afternoon Tyreek McAllister had. Charleston did a tremendous job of putting him positioned throughout the course of the game, out of the backfield as a receiver with 56 yards receiving, 253 on the ground.
It's 309 all-purpose yards.
What an afternoon for that young man.
3 first-half touchdowns. He was the guy that got him going. Remember, his first touchdown was the 61-yard run on the draw play, which was the play right after they'd had a long touchdown pass called back because of a penalty, and that really got them back in the right frame of mind immediately.
Well, it certainly did, and Michael Strawn, All-American candidate wide receiver, came into this number 2 nationally in receiving yards. And West Virginia State really held him in check. He did have the 1 touchdown, but you mentioned, Stephen, the first touchdown he had got called back because of the penalty, and then very next play, the draw play to Tyreek McAllister for the touchdown really broke this game open, started the scoring for Charleston. They really never looked back.
So UC winning it today, 49-24 over West Virginia State. Stephen Davis, Mark Boerichter here. UC coach Pat Kirkland has joined us from down on the field. Coach, before you go talk to your team, how proud are you of the effort of your guys today?
I can't say enough about what these young men did today and the preparation that they worked hard all week to put themselves in a position to get it done. Love this right there. I think it's great. We're such a young football team. To see them step up the way they did today and play with tremendous effort and discipline, I'm really blessed. I got a great group and just excited for them today because they beat a good football team.
Coach, what was it specifically, schematically, in the first half with Tyreek McAllister out of the backfield, finding mismatches and finding him space that was successful for you there?
Sure. Well, Tyreek's a special player. I mean, he does a great job not only running the football, but he's a former receiver. So he's a guy that we felt like we could get on a linebacker and win, and he just did a good job of really working some leverage and putting himself in that position to get it done.
Coach, congratulations. Go celebrate with your team.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks. Take care. Have a great day.
Pat Kirkland, winning coach today. His guys 49-24 victors over West Virginia State. A nice showing today for UC on the road in this rivalry game. A lot to celebrate for those guys. They'll have a good time looking back on this one. For our Niles Media Group crew led by Jeff Graham, for Mark Bowrichter, I'm Stephen Davis. Hey, more D2 Showcase next week. Truman State, UIndy, 6 p.m. Eastern next Saturday. Thanks for joining us for this week's D2 Showcase. So long from Charleston, West Virginia.
Yes. Let's do it. Sounds good. Love it. Just let you take it.
You don't want to talk to him?
You good.
All right. Tyreek, can you hear us all right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes,
all
sir.
right. Joined by Tyreek McAllister, the star today for Charleston in the win over West Virginia State. Tyreek, take us through the first half. You got the ball early and often and found lots of space.